Chapter 104. 1 pocket, 2 pockets, 3 pockets. Klein quickly found a blood-stained wallet, a library card for Deweyville Library, 2 brass keys hanging together, an unstuffed pipe, a sheathed dagger, and a few neatly folded letters. After placing everything aside from the letters on the ground, he stood up and glanced at the wallet. He confirmed that there were only about 10 soldi and a few copper pennies in it. The workmanship of this wallet is quite exquisite. What a pity! Klein sighed silently as his thoughts wandered. If he hadn't spent so much of his private money today, buying a wallet would have been on his agenda. Shaking his head, Klein unfolded the letter and skimmed through it quickly. Dear Mr. Z, please allow me to defend myself. Hannes and I didn't sell the Antigonus family's notebook out of stupidity, nor was it a betrayal. When it was in our hands, it didn't appear special at all. I suspect that it's still alive. I suspect that it's an evil object with a certain level of life and intelligence. It's a dangerous object that needs to be sealed. At different stages and in front of different people, the content it presents is different. I've obtained confirmation from the lambs in the police station. Although the content presented in the notebook is sufficiently authentic and has plenty of supporting evidence, I believe that only in the hands of a descendant of the Antigonus family would it reveal its complete form. When Hannes and I obtained it, we could only see some trivial matters of the Antigonus family, the general situation of the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain, and the 3 sequence potion formulas that we previously submitted to you. As you know, the secret order is in control of the seer pathway and has extremely powerful tracking abilities. Therefore, Hannes and I believed that it was an extremely risky move to continue keeping the notebook. And back then, the value it presented wasn't enough for us to take the risk. We didn't have time to wait for your reply. After some discussion, we sold the notebook to Welch, who lived on the same street as us. He liked to collect cultural relics and ancient books, so he could afford to pay a high price. What happened next is what you know. This is the first thing I want to explain. When I wrote this, Hannes died. The cause of death was a heart attack in his sleep. This must have been a gift from the Lord, allowing him to avoid the fate of falling into the hands of the pagans. I had no choice but to move to a safe and secluded place. I didn't even dare to go out. Fortunately, that lamb told me that Hannes was targeted by the heretics not because of the Antigonus family's notebook, nor was it because he exposed his identity, but because he foolishly took in a female apprentice and wanted to slowly develop her into one of us. His female apprentice peeked at his secret incantation. Under the watchful eyes of the night watchman, she attempted a magic mirror divination. I believe you can guess what happened next. There's no need for me to describe it. Unfortunately, that lamb's status isn't high enough, so I can't figure out the details. From all the feedback, the heretics didn't suspect me. Their investigation was interrupted because of Hannes's timely death. Therefore, I returned to the streets. I planned on going to the Deweyville Library to borrow a few periodicals and search for more clues. As a faction that is also in control of the seer pathway, the Antigonus family should have expected its destruction. They must have left behind a secret treasure to revive. There's sufficient reason to believe that the treasure is at the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range, somewhere in the ruins of the nation of the Evernight. Upon reading this, Klein's pupils constricted. He nearly dropped the letter in his hand. The sequence that the Antigonus family has in control of is the seer pathway? What a coincidence! Claps of thunder boomed in Klein's mind, leaving him in a state of chaos. He once again felt a sense of destiny. The notebook that caused the death of the original Klein and indirectly helped me transmigrate came from the Antigonus family that has in control of the seer pathway. What made me ultimately choose the seer potion was Roselle the Great's diary. And Roselle the Great is leaning towards the seer sequence because of the mysterious Mr. Zeridel, the leader of the secret order, who also has control of the seer pathway. It's like fate has weaved a suffocating net. What's hidden behind all of this? With the letter in hand, Klein paced back and forth a few times, attempting to find other evidence to support the content. Yes, the secret order controlled by the Zeridal family is pursuing and searching for the relics left behind by the Antigonus family. If both parties belong to the same Beyonder pathway, the reason and motive are sufficient. Perhaps it's to complete a sequence, perhaps it's to obtain rare ingredients for advancing to a high-sequence Beyonder, or perhaps it's because they covet the experience that the other party has accumulated to avoid losing control. Thinking about it this way, it's rather reasonable that the Antigonus family has control over a portion of the sequence chain of the seer pathway. Right, when I divined for clues regarding the clown potion, the scenes that appeared were mostly related to the Antigonus family. The only exception was the suited clown from the secret order. Therefore, the true meaning of those symbols is that every scene represents a possibility of obtaining the clown potion. There's a clue hidden in each scene, but I didn't understand the crux of it. Regrettably, I missed it. With these two pieces of evidence, Klein almost believed what Sirius had mentioned in the letter. He also understood why he always heard the word hornasis when he wasn't supposed to hear it. The first time something like this happened was when I just consumed the seer potion, he muttered to himself with a serious expression. At the same time, he guessed that being alive after coming into contact with the Antigonus family and becoming a Beyonder of the seer pathway were the two requirements to hear the whispers related to the hornasis. Is there really a secret treasure left behind by the Antigonus family hidden in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain? No, I can't think about that. Just that notebook alone had killed a bunch of people. The complete treasure would only be more terrifying. Klein subconsciously shook his head and cast his gaze at the end of the third and final piece of paper. Honorable Mr. Z, I hope to receive your help. I believe you should be sufficiently interested in that treasure. Before that, I will act like a normal person, a normal history enthusiast. Finally, when doomsday comes, I will offer all the lambs of Tingen City to the Lord. Lord, the lowly Sirius Arpus. After reading Sirius's letter, Klein suddenly felt like laughing. Why do I feel like I've saved Tingen City? What is this guy trying to do? Cultists are really unreasonable. Who is this Mr. Z? He seems to be of high status. At the very least, he's at the same sequence as Captain. Where is Sirius sending this letter to? He didn't write an address. It seems like this is the cautiousness of cultists. They wouldn't leave an address until the very last moment of mailing, right? Since the Antigonus family is in control of a portion of the seer pathway, do the three formulas that Sirius submitted from the Antigonus family's notebook contain the clown potion? It's very possible. In that instant, Klein seemed to have found a clue to the clown potion. Although Sirius didn't carry the formula with him, there might be records of it in his home or his hiding place. And in his mind, in his memories, there was definitely something. Klein cast his gaze at the corpse in front of him, thinking about how to make the dead speak. Without any further thought, a solution immediately appeared in his mind. Mediumship. A spirit medium could directly communicate with spirits that had yet to dissipate. Professions like seers and mystery priors could also use ritualistic magic to do so, albeit barely. Back when he was dealing with the suited clown's corpse, Klein was in a rush to save people. Secondly, he didn't bring any ingredient. Thirdly, he lacked confidence, so he didn't consider mediumship and missed the best opportunity. By the time he returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, the spirit had mostly dissipated. Even if a spirit medium came, they would only be able to obtain some superficial information. And now, Klein happened to have all the ingredients he needed. He also had the experience of using dream divination to communicate with the lingering resentment. I'm just afraid that the spirit of the cultist will be like Captain entering Hannes's dream, seeing a terrifying existence. However, Captain was only dispirited for 2 days. His injuries aren't too serious. I can give it a try. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, Klein made a decision. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. He looked up, turned around, and cast his gaze at the spot where the glass had shattered. He looked at the onlookers who were looking in his direction. Taking out his identification and badge, Klein returned to the spot. Through the jagged oriel window, he said to the onlookers, "I'm a probationary inspector from the Awa County Police Department's Special Operations Department. I'm a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Awa County Police Department. I've already killed the criminal. Please find someone to bring this badge to the nearest police station and ask them to send someone over to handle the aftermath. The rest of you, help me seal off this area. Don't let anyone come close and destroy the evidence at the scene." "Yes, officer." The administrator who had tricked Klein immediately took the badge. After the scene was sealed off and no one else entered the lawn, Klein returned to the corner and stood beside the corpse. While he was glad that the innocent onlookers couldn't see the corpse that looked like a monster, he put down his cane and revolver. He reached into the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and took out a small metal bottle. Chapter 105. Klein unscrewed the lid of the metal bottle and brought it to his nose. He caught a whiff of a slightly stimulating but invigorating scent. This was holy night powder concocted from herbs such as slumber flower, dragon blood grass, crimson sandalwood, and peppermint. As it was easy to make, Klein had found an opportunity to obtain a bottle after replenishing his ingredients at the underground market. Now it came in handy. He poured a portion of the holy night powder into his palm, calmed his mind, and deepened his eyes. Then, Klein put away the metal bottle, picked up the powder, injected his spirituality into it, and sprinkled it on the ground. As he sprinkled it, he circled around Sirius's corpse. An invisible wall was erected, isolating the area from the outside world. Klein shook off the remaining holy night powder, took out another metal bottle, and dripped the amantha extract and other liquids around him. The sequence of the ritual he set up was different from the one old Neil used at Ray Bieber's house. This was because the matter he wished to pray for was different, and the goal he wished to achieve was also different. For example, old Neil sprinkled the liquid first, followed by holy night powder. This could create a tranquility and holiness that was second only to a formal altar. As for Klein, he first used holy night powder before sprinkling the liquid. This was because his goal was to prevent Sirius's spirituality from being disturbed by the surrounding objects, and to create an environment that barely satisfied the requirements of the ritual. If he had used old Neil's method, Sirius's spirituality would have been expelled, and there would be no way to communicate with him. After doing all of this, Klein put away the ingredients and maintained his cogitation state. He softly chanted the incantation written in Hermes. "I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the cultist's spirituality within the altar." As the incantation echoed in the sealed environment, Klein suddenly felt a majestic, terrifying, and mysterious power descend upon him. His eyes turned completely black, as though he had lost his pupils and the whites of his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Klein silently recited the divination statement. The Clown Potion Formula. The Clown Potion Formula. With the help of meditation, he allowed himself to enter a dream for a short period of time. He entered the dream standing. In the dusky world without sky or earth, Klein stared at a transparent, illusory figure with abnormal clarity. He reached out his right hand and touched the lingering spirit of Sirius. With a boom, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was a dark red lacquered desk, on which stood a silver candlestick with 3 candles, and on which was a blank sheet of paper. Sirius was holding a fountain pen and writing in the common loan language. This is the second formula. The name recorded in the notebook is Clown. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of datura juice, 7 grams of black edge sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. These are the supplementary ingredient. The main Beyonder ingredients are an adult Hornacis gray goat's horn crystal and a complete human-faced rose. Sirius didn't seem to need to think about it as he finished writing down the clown potion formula. At this moment, he paused for a moment and drank a mouthful of coffee. Then, he untied the silver pendant around his wrist. He held the pendant, half-closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, "Doomsday, tranquility of the heart, may the Lord bless me, I repent to you," and other words and phrases. After Sirius finished his prayer, Klein finally saw the pendant clearly. Beneath the silver bracelet was a thumb-sized sculpture of a human. The sculpture had the unique vertical eye of a giant. Its head was facing down, and its legs were bound by chains that connected it to the top. At this moment, the giant's vertical eye suddenly flashed with a faint blood-red light. Kacha! The scene Klein saw instantly shattered. His legs went limp and he nearly knelt to the ground. A sharp pain came from his head as though he had been struck by a club. Klein's vision was filled with blood, and he couldn't help but place his hands on his knees. After a few seconds, he recovered and stood up straight again. He felt that his spirituality was abnormally weak, as though he had heard a whisper that pierced through his mind again. However, thanks to the progress of his digesting the potion, the abnormal reactions quickly calmed down. The hanging giant, the true creator. Sirius and Honas are members of the Aurora Order? But what the captain saw in Honas Vincent's dream was a huge cross, a terrifying existence that was nailed to the cross. It's not the hanging giant of the Aurora Order. Klein took 2 deep breaths, waiting for his spirituality to slowly recover. The Aurora Order was a secret organization that had only appeared in the past 200 to 300 years. They worshipped the true creator, and they used the hanging giant as a symbol of that existence. They believed that everyone had divinity, and as long as one's mind was resilient enough to withstand repeated tests, one would be able to accumulate sufficient divinity to become an angel. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the sequence 9 of the Aurora Order was known as Secret's Suppliant. These Beyonders could sense certain mysterious and terrifying existences, and they had a certain level of knowledge regarding sacrifices and a small amount of ritualistic magic. There was sufficient evidence to prove that Senior Secret's suppliants would more or less have distorted views, and they would easily lose control. The sequence 7 of the Aurora Order was unknown, but the sequence 8 was Listener. This was a rather terrifying Beyonder job. Every listener could directly hear the whispers of the corresponding hidden existence, so they could often obtain powerful, distorted, and unique abilities. But correspondingly, if a listener was unable to advance, it would be difficult for them to survive for more than 5 years. In addition, the evaluation given by the Nighthawks was that all listeners were lunatic. Even if they appeared normal, they were definitely a hidden lunatic. Klein quickly went through the information on the Aurora Order in his mind, and his preliminary judgment was that Sirius was a Secret's suppliant. From the description, Secret's suppliant and seers were equally bad at encounters. This does match Sirius's performance. Did he lose control due to his severe injuries? Fry said before that every Beyonder would have some strange changes after death. Klein thought as he tapped his chest 4 times. Praise the lady. Following that, his spirituality recovered a little, and he ended the ritual according to the sequence, releasing the sealed wall of spirituality. As the wind whistled, Klein forced himself to look at Sirius's corpse again. He noticed that there was an obvious sarcoma on Sirius's bloody face. It was dark purple, and there seemed to be liquid and light moving within it. What kind of change is this? Klein rubbed his sun acupoint, not daring to touch it. He bent down to pick up his cane, allowing it to bear part of his weight. After the backlash, he knew that Sirius's remaining spirituality had been completely destroyed. Even Spirit Medium Daily was unable to communicate with him. After waiting for a while, Klein waited for Captain Dunn and his teammates, Leonard and Kenley. I feel that you have a predestined connection with Beyonders and evil powers. The number of Beyonder incidents you've encountered recently is more than what we've seen in the past quarter. Leonard looked at the corpse on the ground and made a casual joke. Perhaps it's not a coincidence. Klein suddenly thought of the red chimney he saw in his dream divination, as well as the majestic palace on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the invisible gaze. Hence, he took the opportunity to point it out. Dunn surveyed the area and looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. You've tried mediumship? The smell of holy night powder and essential oil still lingered at the scene. Yes. Klein answered frankly. I was worried that you guys would arrive too late and that the remaining spirituality would show signs of dissipating. You don't seem to be in a good condition? The short Kenley asked out of concern. As Klein handed the letter that Sirius had yet to send out to the captain, he began from the beginning. When I went to the underground market to purchase the materials for the ritual, I suddenly recalled that Selena had been to the Evil Dragon bar before. Furthermore, it was Honas Vincent who led her there. This meant that Honas was a frequent customer there. Hence, I suspect that the man in the portrait, the man who has a certain relationship with Honas, might have been to the underground market before. I took the portrait and asked the boss, Swain, and he gave me a positive answer. He told me that this man had tried to purchase cultural relics and ancient books related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. This made me think of this place, and that someone had just returned the corresponding magazines I borrowed. Leonard listened with a smile and suddenly interjected. He suddenly interrupted, hence, you brought your probationary inspector ID and the badge of the Special Operations Department here to investigate the borrowing records of those magazines? Actually, I'm very curious. Why did you have a conflict with this man? Even if you encountered him directly, with your style of doing things, you should have pretended not to know him and quickly left the library to seek our help at Zutland Street. Yes, you didn't have to take the risk. As long as you confirmed the target, as long as he hasn't left Tingen, there would always be a way to find him, added Dunn, who was reading the letter. Klein immediately felt a little awkward. The librarian recognized him and shouted for the police officer to help. I couldn't have pretended not to hear it. Leonard and Kenley looked each other in the eye. One didn't hide his smile, while the other turned his head to the side. Dunn nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the letter. What did you gain from channeling the spirit? I saw a pendant with the carving of an upside-down giant. I saw the giant's eye flash red, and then I left the ritual, Klein described truthfully. He didn't mention the clown potion for the time being, because of two considerations. On the one hand, if Dunn and company were able to find the corresponding records from Sirius's hiding place in the follow-up investigation, then it wouldn't make a difference if he didn't say anything. There wouldn't be any additional credit. On the other hand, if Dunn and the others did not manage to find it, he could find a chance to report it in the future. This way, he could apply for the ingredients and concoct the magic potion to accumulate more credit. This was the method of splitting the credit into two, which came from old Neil's teachings. The Aurora Order? Dunn muttered thoughtfully before asking a few related questions. After waiting for Klein to answer them one by one, he looked at his exhausted expression and waved his cane. Not bad. You've foiled a plot against Tingen City. You can go back and rest. Kenley, get old Neil here. After giving the instructions, Dunn shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before Sequence 6, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway lack many supplementary powers. They can only grasp the simplest and most basic ritualistic magic. Captain, you mean, from Sequence 6? In the beginning, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway will receive corresponding enhancements? Klein asked curiously. Yes. Dunn gave an affirmative answer. After leaving Deweyville Library, Klein, who was riding the public carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly fell asleep on the way. He forced himself to enter, took off his hat and coat, and fell asleep on the sofa. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up, took out his pocket watch, and snapped it open. Melissa will be back in half an hour, and Benson will have another 40 to 50 minutes. I have to make them wait an hour and a half before they can enjoy dinner. Klein rubbed his forehead and walked into the kitchen. He first washed his face with cold water, then took out the oxtail, tomatoes, carrots, and onions he had bought in the afternoon. After finishing his preparations, he suddenly froze. He had a nagging feeling that it didn't match what had happened in the afternoon. Chapter 106. After 8 o'clock, in the Moretti family's dining room. Looking at the plate with only a thin layer of soup left, Benson raised his hand to cover his mouth, and burped in satisfaction. Even though this is the third time I've eaten it, I still find it delicious. The sweetness and sourness of the tomato and the elasticity of the oxtail combine perfectly. Klein, I'm sorry that the Blackthorn Security Company has caused Tingen to lose an outstanding chef. Melissa leaned back in her chair and nodded in agreement. That's because you haven't seen real culinary skills. Klein smiled humbly. If there's a chance in the future, let's go to the Bonaparte restaurant on Howe Street to taste the authentic Intis feast, and the Shoreline restaurant in the Golden Indus Borough to taste the delicacies of the South. These were all restaurants that often appeared in the newspapers. The former spent £1.50 per person. I prefer your cooking, Melissa answered without hesitation. Benson chuckled and said, but I still feel that your tomato oxtail soup is lacking something. Perhaps it shouldn't be paired with bread? Klein nodded in agreement. Its best partner should be rice. Rice, Melissa murmured, her expression filled with yearning. In Tingen, which was located in the north and wasn't considered a metropolis, it was very difficult to eat rice apart from a few designated restaurants. To Benson and Melissa, such food only existed in the newspapers and occasionally in textbooks. Seeing his sister's expression, Klein laughed. After we save up for another half a year, we'll find a chance to go on a vacation to Desi Bay and try the delicacies there. Desi Bay was located in the southernmost part of the Rouen Kingdom, and a third of it belonged to the Fanapotter Kingdom. It was sunny and had beautiful scenery. Paella was very famous there. Without waiting for Melissa to express her opinion on being thrifty, Klein suggested, in another 3 months, my salary will increase significantly. In another 3 months, my salary will increase by a large margin, and I will be able to meet the needs of traveling and saving money at the same time. Why? As expected, Benson and Melissa's attention was diverted. Klein coughed lightly and explained with a smile. Due to my good professionalism, the police department that often works with our company is also interested in hiring me as a part-time history consultant. They will pay me an additional salary, at least £2 a week. In the future, if you see me in a police uniform with the corresponding identification, don't be surprised. Of course. As you all know, the efficiency of the government is like the footsteps of a 90-year-old woman. They still need a long process and a test for me. Therefore, I will often go to Koei University during my 2 months off to look for my tutor and the faculty I know to learn more. Under the astonished gazes of his brother and sister, he paused and spoke with a slightly strange expression. Just like what Roselle the Great said, one is never too old to learn. Benson fell silent for a few seconds. He sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Is it too late for me to apply to a university now? Knowledge is indeed equal to wealth. It's also equal to power," Klein added silently. "Benson, you need Klein's grammar books and his classical literature textbook." Melissa suddenly said what Klein wanted to say. Benson's expression changed as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his teeth and said, "Klein, give me those books tonight. Even if they help me sleep, I have to read them for an hour and a half a day. I swear in the name of the goddess. If I can't do it, I'm a curly-haired baboon." Klein immediately smiled. "No problem." The next morning, after Klein hung his coat and hat on the coat rack in the break room, He followed Roshan's instructions and went underground to the guard room outside Cheney's gate. Captain Dunn, Renfry, Sika, Royale, Leonard, and Kenley were all present. His gray eyes swept across the newly promoted Nighthawks at the door, and Dunn smiled. "We have a routine meeting every Thursday to summarize the previous missions and discuss the various problems we faced. I'm also someone who has gone through the test of countless regular meetings." Klein thought to himself. He found a seat and joked, "Should I introduce myself first?" Dunn laughed and turned to look at Kenley. "Brief me on the follow-up investigation of Sirius Arpus." Kenley was also a Nighthawk who had been promoted from a civilian worker. He wasn't tall, but his brown hair was rather thick. His figure was rather well-proportioned, and his muscles were very firm. He gave off the feeling that he was smart and capable. He thought for a moment. "With old Neil's help, we found Sirius's secret hideout. There were many books and items at the scene. Based on them, we can confirm that Sirius is a subordinate of the secret organization, the Aurora Order. He's a secrets suppliant. There's enough evidence to prove that he and Honas Vincent were the ones who sold the Antigonus family's notebook to Welch. Those who don't remember Welch can ask Klein. The valuable items that we found included 3 sequence potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Seer, Sequence 9 Apprentice, and Sequence 8 Clown. The next mission is to find the peripheral members of the Aurora Order who believe in the evil god, based on the undestroyed letters and Sirius's usual social circle. The focus is on the cultist who is hiding in the police department. Also, we need to reinvestigate the people who came into contact with Honas." Dunn nodded slightly and looked at Klein. "You heard it too. We obtained the clown potion formula, but we can't confirm its authenticity for now. We're waiting for the Holy Cathedral to give us feedback. You made a major and crucial contribution to the missions related to the Aurora Order. Together with the incident of shooting a member of the Secret Order, it won't take long for you to earn enough contributions to advance. But I have to remind you that not everyone is like Daly. You have to endure your desire for 3 years. You can't let the clown potion formula affect your mental state, or you might lose control. Captain, this is because you don't understand the magic of the acting method. Last night, I used divination above the gray fog to confirm that the clown potion formula is correct." Klein nodded honestly. "I will control my emotions." Following that, the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet, Sikatron, said, "We still haven't found any clues about Instigator Therese. We still haven't found any leads on Instigator Therese. I suspect that he has already escaped Tingen." After discussing the various matters, Klein left the duty room and looked for old Neil to continue his mysticism lessons. In the afternoon, he went to his combat teacher, Gawain, to do basic strength, endurance, and overall coordination training. The sun was still shining brightly at 5:00. Klein took off his training clothes, took a quick shower, changed into his original clothes, and took a public carriage to Basic Street. He didn't forget the red chimney he saw in his dream divination, nor did he forget the man who bought the supplementary ingredients for the Spectator potion at the underground market and was suspected to be a member of the psychological alchemy. However, it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the Nighthawks to investigate. Number 27, Henry Private Detective Agency. Yes, it's here. According to the description in the newspaper, Klein found a private detective agency that was said to be trustworthy. He put on his mask, pulled down his top hat, and straightened his collar. He walked up the stairs and arrived at the agency on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the half-closed door. "Please come in." A voice that sounded like it was filled with phlegm was heard. Klein held his cane and pushed the door open. He saw that the detective agency had a semi-open layout. There were a total of 4 employees, each sitting on a seat separated by a partition. "Hello, I'm Detective Henry. May I know how I can help you?" A man in a white shirt and black vest came over. He held a pipe in his hand and his face was chiseled. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his dark blue eyes were sizing up his employer professionally. Klein used the collar of his trench coat to cover half his face and said, "I have 2 matters to entrust to you. I have 2 requests. How are you going to charge me?" "It depends on the difficulty of the matter." Detective Henry retracted his gaze and pointed to the guest area with a sofa. "Let's talk there." Klein followed him to the semi-partitioned area and sat on the single-seater sofa. He didn't take off his coat, hat, or mask. He deliberately said in a deep and hoarse voice, "The first matter is that I need you to help me investigate which houses in Tianjin have chimneys that look like this. Also, I need you to find out who the landlord is and who the current occupant is." As he spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper and unfolded it to reveal the red chimney and the surrounding scenery. This was a drawing that Klein had once again used the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog and the method of self-prayer. "This drawing is really well done," Detective Henry subconsciously praised. He frowned slightly and said, "This commission isn't complicated, but it's very cumbersome. It requires a long period of time and a large number of helpers." "I understand." Klein nodded slightly. Detective Henry pondered for a moment and said, £7. "The price of this commission is £7. Also, you have to give me at least 2 weeks. "Yes, the second matter is to help me find this gentleman and figure out his identity. The only information I know is that he occasionally appears at the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area. Also, don't let him notice you. He's a very sharp and observant person." Klein took out a second drawing. He attempted to get in touch with members of psychological alchemy to see if he could obtain valuable information and materials, such as formulas that could be exchanged with justice. £3. Similar missions cost £3 to £4, and your outstanding drawing skills can effectively help me and my assistant save time, Detective Henry answered skillfully. "That's a total of £10? Klein felt his teeth ache at the price. Detective Henry took a puff from his pipe and said, "Yes. You need to pay £2 in advance, pay another £3 to £5 when the matter progresses, and pay me the rest after it's all done. Then I'll confirm the progress next week." Klein didn't bargain, lest the observant detective remembered his traits. After signing the standard contract, he took out 2 £1 notes and handed them to the detective. He only had £1 and 17 soldi left in his stash. Detective Henry watched as the gentleman, who was wearing a gauze mask and a black trench coat with his collar turned up, quickly left. He smoked his pipe, his eyes filled with doubt. Why is he looking for a house with a chimney like that? He should be an artist, or at least a professional who has learned how to sketch in the afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's luxurious villa in Bakeland. Audrey, who had a maid with her, followed etiquette and handed her hand to her master. She looked at him and pretended to kiss him. Chapter 107. Author. Audrey observed Glaint's reaction and asked casually. What followed next was a normal topic. She did not avoid her personal maid, Annie, who was following beside her. Glaint straightened his body and chuckled. "Yes, I think you should have seen her work, Stormwind Mountain Villa, which has been widely praised for the past 2 months. I like this book, especially the calm Ms. Qian, Audrey replied with a smile. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at her own hypocrisy. This was because her recent hobby wasn't novels at all. Her reading progress of Stormwind Mountain Villa had stagnated at the 1/3 mark for almost a month. Ever since she joined Tarot, got to know the powerful Fool, and became a true Beyonder, she had been integrating all the mystical knowledge she knew and systematically learning about psychology. She lacked interest in other things. As Viscount Glaint led Audrey to the living room with the sofa, he said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, Audrey. Then I'm sure you'll have a good impression of Miss Furswall, because she's just like Miss Sissy in Stormwind Mountain Villa, calm, intelligent, and lazy. Also, my dear Miss Audrey, would you like to play the piano for us later? This is the best reward for literature and novels." Audrey looked at Glaint's side profile. From his expression, tone, and some of his body movements, she could tell that he wanted to show off. He wants me to be something he can show off, Audrey thought, as if it was the first time she had met this friend. She maintained her elegant smile and said, "My music teacher, the pianist Mr. Veckanal, thinks that my level has dropped significantly recently and that I need more practice." "All right." Glaint was about to say something when he suddenly saw a lady coming to the long table to get some dessert. "Audrey, this is Miss Furswall, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa." Audrey looked up and saw that Ma Furs was about 23 or 24 years old and about 1.65 meters tall. She was wearing a beige dress with a ruffled collar, and her brown hair was slightly curled. Her pale blue eyes turned towards Glaint's introduction, and there was a teasing smile on her face. In less than 3 seconds of observation, Audrey noticed many small details. Miss Furs's fingers have traces of being smoked. She likes to smoke cigarettes. There are obvious calluses where she holds her pen, matching the author's identity. Her arm movements show that she has good strength. This isn't a trait that an author should have, unless she loves to exercise, or she was born this way, or she used to have another profession. Her Stormwind Mountain Villa presents a calm, rational, and precise style. This should have something to do with her previous profession. Her gaze and expression are very relaxed, as though she's looking down on me and Glaint. Is this the psychological advantage that Beyonders have over ordinary people? If her identity as a Beyonder was discovered by Glaint by chance, she would definitely feel uneasy and uneasy. After all, she can't guess his reaction and subsequent developments, and the unknown will bring fear. This means that she took the initiative to approach Glaint and understood our hobbies beforehand. She has a certain grasp on what will happen next. Why would a Beyonder take the initiative to approach Glaint? Does she need financial support, or is it the Beyonder ingredients hidden in the treasure vault? Or does she need help with something? At this moment, Glaint was introducing Furs to Miss Furs. "Madam, this is the Miss Audrey I mentioned before. She's the most dazzling jewel of Bakeland. Her father is Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords who is trusted by the king and respected by the nobles. Good afternoon, Madam Furs. Your Stormwind Mountain Villa is still at my bedside." Audrey bowed strictly according to the etiquette of nobles. Then, she added in her heart, "That's because I haven't finished reading it after a month." Furs returned the greeting simply. "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. Your beauty has left a deep impression on me. I think I already have the material for my next novel." Viscount Glaint even praised your outstanding musical talent. In public, the two of them only exchanged a few pleasantries and didn't talk about anything else. Audrey watched as Furs continued walking to the dining table, her target a small cake covered in cream. She retracted her gaze and followed Glaint to the living room. She recalled the various details she had seen, trying to accurately grasp his thoughts so that she could gain the initiative in their future interactions. Taking a step forward, Audrey, who was as cold as a neutral spectator, stepped on the hem of her dress. Her body swayed and she nearly fell. At this moment, her personal maid, Annie, was prepared to support her, saving her beautiful image. "Miss, the unique design of this dress requires you not to walk too fast," Annie whispered into Audrey's ear. "I understand." Audrey nodded with a flushed face. "I was just too focused on observing others and forgot to pay attention to my feet," she complained in her heart, feeling wronged. In the salon, Audrey maintained a graceful and sweet smile as she faced the attentive writers, critics, and musicians. Finally, as her cheeks began to ache, she received Viscount Glaint's hint. After waiting for a few minutes, she used the washroom as an excuse to lift the hem of her dress, stood up slowly, and left the salon. After confirming that no one was looking at her, she circled to the study on the first floor and said to her personal maid, "Annie, I have something to discuss with Glaint. I have something to discuss with Glaint. Guard the door and don't let anyone else in." "All right." Annie didn't find it strange. because she knew that her Miss and Viscount Glaint had the same hobbies. They often discussed mysticism in private. After entering the study and locking the door, Audrey saw Glaint sitting behind the table, playing with a fountain pen. Meanwhile, Furs Wall was standing in front of the bookshelf, casually flipping through her collection of books. "Let me reintroduce Madame Furs, a true beyonder." Glaint put down his fountain pen and came forward. "Is that so?" Audrey deliberately expressed her suspicion. Furs stuffed the book back into its original spot, turned her head, and smiled. "Looks like I need to prove myself." She walked slowly to the door, stretched out her right palm, and pressed it on the handle. Suddenly, Audrey's vision blurred. She seemed to see Madame Furs turn into a phantom and pass through the door. She was horrified. When she looked again, she realized that Furs was no longer in her original spot. A few seconds later, the doorknob turned and the locked door was opened. Furs Wall walked in with a smile. Not far from the door, the maid, Annie, didn't notice what was happening behind her. "What a miraculous ability," Glaint praised. Audrey took a light breath. "I have no more doubts." At the same time, the ability Furs displayed also confirmed her opponent's true intentions. Be it money or materials, nothing could stump a beyonder like her. "Glaint's house doesn't have a beyonder guarding it. Does Furs wish to use my and Glaint's identities and resources to accomplish something?" Audrey tried her best to be like a spectator. Furs chuckled. "Let's be honest. We don't have much time. I was once a doctor in a clinic, and I became a beyonder by chance. It's been more than 2 years since then. I hope that you can help me do something, and the reward I'll give you is to lead you into the circle of true beyonders. I'll sell you the formulas and corresponding ingredients of certain sequence potions." Upon hearing such a promise, Glaint couldn't wait to ask. "What is it?" "I have a companion who has been imprisoned and is awaiting her final trial. I hope that you can rescue her, no matter what it takes," Furs succinctly explained. Audrey frowned slightly. "Madame Furs, the ability you've shown should be very suitable for this kind of thing." Furs shook her head and smiled. "No, it's not like that. She can't pass through the places that I can. I can only go in to see her and chat with her. Besides, I don't think it's a good idea to risk a rescue. Life is short, and there are many things that need to be done." Audrey observed the other party's face and limbs and deliberated before asking. She deliberated and asked, "I understand. What crime is your companion imprisoned for?" Furs's expression immediately turned a little awkward. "My companion is actually very respected. She makes people want to obey her from the bottom of their hearts. She has a noble and kind character. She just went a little overboard when she was trying to convince a certain scoundrel." After delegating the mission, Klein maintained a schedule of mysticism studies in the morning and combat practice in the afternoon. His routine made him almost forget that he was a Nighthawk, and the curse of frequently encountering beyonder incidents seemed to have disappeared. When Saturday came, it was his turn to guard Cheney's gate. "Feel free to enjoy the coffee I left here and the black tea in the clerk's office," Dunn said as he scanned the duty room with his deep gray eyes. Klein, who had already come up with a reason to explain it to his brother and sister, nodded happily. "All right, Captain. You really are a generous gentleman." Dunn smiled and said, "All right, Captain. This will help you relax. Too much tension is not good for your health." He took his hat and cane and slowly walked to the door. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, "I forgot to remind you. No matter what you hear, do not open Cheney's gate unless it's opened from the inside. Remember, no matter what you hear, no matter what happens." "Captain, I'll be scared if you say that." Klein tensed up. He felt that the darkness underground surpassed the light of an elegant gas lamp. Chapter 108. In the wee hours of the morning, in the well-ventilated but silent underground, the dim yellow glow of the gas lamp was protected by the glass, illuminating the deserted and peaceful passageway without wavering. Klein sat in the duty room, casually flipping through the stacks of newspapers, magazines, and books in front of him. He also diverted half of his attention to the outside, in case anyone tried to barge into Cheney's gate. His coat and top hat were hanging on the coat rack at the entrance. His cane was leaning against the wall in a convenient spot. The rich aroma of coffee wafted out. Klein involuntarily took a deep breath and massaged his sun acupoint to combat the heaviness in his head and the fatigue in his body. Although he was a man who often slept at 5 in the morning and woke up at 12 in the afternoon when he was studying in university on Earth, he would occasionally stay up all night after working for 2 to 3 years and still go to work in high spirits the next day. However, this was all because the games were too fun, the novels were too interesting, and the movies, variety shows, and television dramas were too interesting. And this world clearly did not have the necessities to stay up all night. Roselle the Great too. If he wants to posture, he should do it properly. He should devote his limited life to an unlimited cause and lead the people of the other world into the information age. Klein mumbled silently. He could only console himself that at least there were newspapers, magazines, and novels that were getting more and more abundant. He had originally wanted to focus on his studies to overcome his sleepiness, but in practice, he realized that this conflicted with his duties. Once he was in the zone, it was easy for him to ignore the commotion outside and the situation at Cheney's gate. Phew! Klein picked up the coffee cup and carefully blew at it. He pursed his lips, letting the aroma linger in his mouth as the liquid slowly flowed down his esophagus. Fermo coffee from the Paz Valley. It's bitter, but it's very refreshing, Klein praised as he put down the cup. The Paz Valley was located in the southern continent. It was an excellent production area for coffee beans, and it was currently being fought over by the Republic of Intis and the Kingdom of Rouen. They had established colonial regimes on the left and right banks of the Paz Valley, destroying the original Kingdom of Perth. In the creepy silence, Klein randomly picked up a magazine and discovered that it was Women's Aesthetics, which talked about fashion and matching. She must have gotten this from Roshan, he whispered, amused, and flipped through it with great interest. Perhaps it was influenced by the rapid advancement of camera technology in the last decade or so. The magazine Women's Aesthetics not only made extensive use of illustrations, but it also imitated newspapers and used black and white photos as its content. In a rather fashionable fashion, they invited famous theater and opera actors to show the charm of costumes and the magic of matching. In just 7 years, the magazine had developed from a new regional magazine in Bakeland to a mainstream periodical with channels all over the country. This dress isn't bad, and it looks good too. Klein flipped through it leisurely, not hiding his yearning for beauty. He was a man who had developed normally in both body and mind. He had always admired beautiful girls, but he had long set a goal to find a way to return home. That was why he tried his best to keep a distance from the opposite sex. He did not want to delay the other party and leave behind emotional debt. As for finding prostitutes, he was a little obsessed with cleanliness in this aspect. Banson and Melissa were already fetters that could not be removed. He could only find a way to make up for it in the future. Klein suddenly felt a heavy weight on him and could not help but sigh. The longer he was away from home, the more he could feel the melancholy in the dead of night. He instantly lost interest in admiring beautiful ladies. He put down the magazine in his hand and picked up a novel. Stormwind Mountain Villa, author, Furs Wall. Klein read out the main content of the cover. In the peaceful night, under the dim yellow light, a book with a cover reminded him of the days when he rented books to read as a child. Thus, he read on with nostalgia. The novel, Stormwind Mountain Villa, was about the story of Lady Sissy, who was 1.65 meters tall and weighed 98 pounds, who entered Frias Mountain Villa as a home tutor. 1 pound is about half a kilogram. Is this the otherworld's version of Jane Eyre? Klein caressed the comfortable paper with his fingers and had a guess about the subsequent content. However, just as he thought it was a romance novel, evil spirits appeared at the end. When he believed that it was a supernatural novel, Lady Sissy revealed her identity as a detective and gave him a beautiful inference. Just as Klein felt that it was indeed a detective novel, the male protagonist suffered a heavy blow to the head and lost his memory. A tear-jerking plot began. In the end, it's still a romance novel. Klein closed the book and drank a mouthful of coffee with a headache. Thump, 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 thump. An intense knocking sound suddenly sounded, echoing in the dim yellow and quiet corridor. It echoed in the almost deserted basement. Klein jumped in fright and tensed up. He instinctively took out his revolver from his armpit holster, adjusted the magazine and trigger, and slowly approached the door in search of the source of the sound. Thump, 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 thump. The knocking became more and more intense. Klein looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black iron double door with 7 sacred emblems on it. A sound came from behind Cheney's gate? He narrowed his eyes, his heart beating like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. Klein saw Cheney's gate shake slightly and felt the immense force it was withstanding. It can't be. It's only my first day on duty and I'm already in trouble? Did I gain some bad luck after my transmigration? Klein's right hand was sweating as he gripped his gun. But soon, he recalled his captain's exhortation. No matter what you hear or what happens, do not open Cheney's gate unless it is opened from the inside. Is this normal? Klein calmed down. Thump, thump, thud, 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 thud. The commotion behind Cheney's gate grew louder, but the heavy black iron double door only shook and did not show any other abnormalities. It's really normal. That gave me a fright, Klein muttered and was about to return to the guardroom. At that moment, he heard an ear-piercing screech of friction. He saw Cheney's gate heave outwards as a gap opened. Screech. Amidst the jarring sound, Klein's nearly frozen eyes saw a figure. It was about the height of an adult man's forearm. It was wearing a black, elegant, and miniature regal dress. There were obvious stains on the hem of the dress. It had an average-looking face, dark eyes, and a tightly pursed mouth. It was a doll, a toy doll. Almost at the instant Klein subconsciously raised his gun to aim, the doll in the black regal dress pressed tightly against the open Cheney's gate and unfurled the paper in its hand. There were many hidden symbols drawn on the paper. Some of them Klein recognized, while others he had yet to grasp. Together, they formed a vertical eye. Before Klein could figure out what was happening, the palace doll was suddenly pulled back behind Cheney's gate by an invisible force. Thud. Cheney's gate closed once again. There were no more knocking or slapping sounds. The underground world returned to its usual tranquility and silence, as if nothing had happened. Cheney's gate was opened from the inside. I have to report it to Captain. But it closed again. At that moment, Klein finally recovered his train of thought. He was shocked, afraid, and confused. A few seconds later, he recalled what the doll in the black regal dress was. As an official member of the Nighthawks, he had the right to know about the Grade 3 item sealed behind Tinjin City's Cheney's gate. Number 0625. Name: Misfortune Cloth Puppet. Danger Level 3. There is a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Can only be applied for operations involving 3 or more people. Security clearance. Official Nighthawks and above. Sealing method. Only needs to be isolated from humans. Description. This doll is wearing a regal dress that was popular around 1300. There are traces of stains on the hem of the dress that are difficult to wash away. It is impossible to confirm if they were there from the beginning. In a few tragic cases in Tinjin City due to financial crises, the police noticed the existence of this doll. It was always placed in a child's bedroom, on the cabinet by the bedside. A few Nighthawks accepted the request and began an investigation on this doll. It has been preliminarily confirmed that it brings misfortune. It causes the people around it to gradually fall into danger and eventually die one by one. The subject only took 2 weeks to be on the brink of bankruptcy. This doll does not possess the characteristics of being alive. It does not have any tendency to escape the seal. After a long period of experimentation, we discovered that as long as one is within 10 meters of it for less than half an hour every day, one will not be tainted by misfortune. If one is already plagued by misfortune, as long as it is transferred to another owner, the situation will turn for the better. Appendix. This doll first appeared in West Borough's Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. She was an artisan who made toys. Due to her old age, her husband's serious illness, and the early death of her 2 children, she had no choice but to move to Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. This was the last toy she sold. She used this doll to exchange for some poison hemlock juice, ending her and her husband's 3 days of starvation. Klein recalled the information on sealed artifact 3-0625. He felt even more puzzled and shocked. Wasn't it said that this doll does not possess the characteristics of being alive? Wasn't it said that it does not have any tendency to escape the seal? Then, what did I see just now? What was the thing that pulled it back in at the end? What did the picture on the paper it unfolded represent? That scene just now really looked like a psychopathic murderer was dealing with the victim. The victim tried his best to bang on the door, tried his best to call for help, but was pulled back in amidst his thoughts. Klein decided not to act on his own. He returned to the duty room and pulled a rope. As the rope was pulled and the gears turned, an urgent bell suddenly rang in the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor. Leonard Mitchell and the rest of the sleepless who were playing cards in the entertainment room immediately put down their cards and rushed underground. Chapter 109. The sound of running footsteps traveled into Klein's ears, calming him down as he stood at the door of the guardroom. What happened? Leonard, who was the first to arrive, asked in a deep voice with his revolver in hand. Seeing that he couldn't stop in time, Klein immediately recalled what Roshan had mentioned. 3 years ago, Leonard, who had just become a sleepless, had attempted to sprint down the stairs without getting used to the potion's powers. In the end, he ended up turning into a wheel. With a light cough, Klein pointed at Cheney's gate and said, "There was a loud knocking sound coming from inside. Just now, there was a loud knocking sound coming from inside, and then it turned into slapping. Then, the door was pushed open a little." "Cheney's gate has been pushed open?" the short Kenley asked in shock. "Yes, it was pushed open a little." Klein was about to continue describing when he saw that Leonard, Kenley, and Royale didn't approach the guardroom. They stopped a few steps away and formed an arc, as though they were guarding against him. He paused for a moment. "Are you suspecting me?" "No, it's not suspicion. This is normal procedure." Kenley shook his head and denied it. In such a tense atmosphere, Leonard continued with an indecent smile and added, "In other dioceses, there were similar cases. In other dioceses, there were similar cases." The beyonder on duty at Cheney's gate lost control and rang the bell. Then, while his teammates who rushed to help weren't paying attention, he killed 2 people. All right. Klein no longer felt aggrieved and angry at being targeted. He asked, "Then, how can I prove that I didn't lose control?" Leonard wiped away his cheeky expression and tapped his chest 4 times. He chanted in a deep voice, "You're the Lord of the Abyss." He chanted in a deep voice, "They were naked, without food or clothes. They had no cover in the cold. They were drenched by the rain, and because they had nowhere to hide, they hugged the rock tightly. They were mothers whose children were taken away. They were orphans who had lost hope. They were poor people who were forced to leave the path of righteousness. The night did not give up on them. It blessed them." The holy and compassionate prayer echoed underground, allowing everyone's body, heart, and soul to feel a sense of relief. Seeing that there was no abnormal reaction from Klein, Leonard stopped chanting and smiled. "There's no problem. You're still our trustworthy companion." Royale, who had been silent all this while, looked at Cheney's gate and took the initiative to ask, after the door was pushed open, "What did you see?" I saw the misfortune cloth puppet, the one in the classic black dress, 3-0625. Klein answered with some lingering fear. But in less than 3 seconds, it was pulled back by an invisible force. Cheney's gate closed once again. What exactly happened? Leonard, Kenley, and Royale looked at each other. We are the same as you. We don't know the reason behind all this. Since Cheney's gate has been closed again and there are no longer any abnormalities, we shouldn't enter at this time. We have to wait for daybreak and wait for Captain. At this time, Royale added coldly, I'll stay here and keep watch with you. All right. Leonard spread his hands and teased. As the strongest person here, I'll stay too. Kenley, return to the second floor, in case the police department can't open due to an urgent case. Kenley didn't say anything else. He nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, Leonard glanced at Klein and Royale. Perhaps we can continue playing cards? Under such circumstances, we need some entertainment so that we won't be too tense. No problem. Klein adjusted his revolver and placed it back into his armpit holster. Royale didn't agree or disagree. With her smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, she followed Klein into the guardroom. In the middle of Fight the Landlord, no, Fight Evil, Klein said casually, the misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625. Misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625. According to the description of the data, it shouldn't have the characteristics of being alive. 3 as. Leonard pressed his hand down and said casually, in the past 40 years, 3-0625 hasn't shown any characteristics of being alive. We can first assume that the information is correct and use it as a premise for deduction. Yes. You have an idea? Royale asked succinctly. As Klein was hesitating if he should throw down 3 twos, Leonard took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee and said, Yes. Since 3-0625 doesn't have the characteristics of being alive, its performance today must have been influenced by other factors, and it must be a factor that appeared recently. Otherwise, it would have shown us this side of it a long time ago, Sheehan said. And in the past month, what's different behind Cheney's gate? Royale looked at the 3 twos that Klein had thrown down and pondered for a few seconds. She pondered for a few seconds and said, There's only one thing that's different. The Antigonus family's notebook and sealed artifact 2-049 once stayed behind Cheney's gate for a night. Leonard looked at the cards in his hand and lightly rapped the table with a smile. If it could make the misfortune cloth puppet act strangely, 2-049 would have long caused something similar behind Bakelin's Cheney's gate. Therefore, I suspect that the problem stems from the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein thought about it carefully and couldn't help but nod. That's the most likely possibility. Leonard, I didn't expect you to be so good at deduction. Typically, being a romantic poet and being good at deduction are incompatible. That's only because he's been reading detective novels recently, Royale stated calmly. 2 kings, straight from 8 to K. Is there no one who wants it? 3 sixes, that's it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein and Leonard fell silent. Without focusing on their cards, they had forgotten something very important. Royale was the one who was evil this time. Seeing Royale cut the cards, Klein took the opportunity to ask again. What force pulled 3-0625 back? Leonard shot a glance at him and chuckled. Don't tell me you think that the defensive measures behind Cheney's gate are only a sealed chamber buried deep underground and a few elderly guards? In fact, when the sun completely sets, the guards have already left Cheney's gate and returned to St. Selena Cathedral. The power inside reaches its peak at night and is no longer suitable for living beings. It will only weaken when the sun rises. This is also the reason why the captain told us not to enter Cheney's gate no matter what we hear. In other words, the captain forgot to tell me this reason. Klein pondered and asked, a defensive measure similar to an array formation? Like a magnified version of charms and amulets? Yes. Royale nodded as she touched her cards. The reason why Cheney's Gate is placed beneath the central cathedral of every city is to be maintained by the believers who come daily. Their pious prayers will allow a portion of their spirituality to enter the array formation, accumulating into an ocean. Is that so? Klein nodded in enlightenment. He had seen a terrible hand of cards. At this moment, Leonard smiled and said, "This isn't the only defensive measure behind Cheney's Gate. There's more than one protective measure behind Cheney's Gate. Saint Selena's ashes are buried there. She was a high-sequence beyonder when she was alive." Saint Selena's ashes? A high-sequence beyonder's ashes? Saint's ashes? What's the use of that? Klein was puzzled and curious. Saint Selena was a saint during the establishment of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She was active in the ancient Third Epoch and was recorded in various holy Bibles. Therefore, Selena was a common name among the people who believed in the Evernight Goddess. Leonard seemed to have heard Klein's thoughts as he continued to speak. He continued, "There are rumors that the remains or ashes of high-sequence beyonders still contain incredible power. Of course, that's just a rumor." Klein nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the poker cards in his hand. In the next few hours, nothing out of the ordinary happened behind Cheney's Gate. However, Klein had lost 2 solely, a loss that pained him greatly. As for Leonard, who had the air of a romantic poet when it came to cards, he had lost 4 solely and 5 pence. Only the silent Royale was the winner. The sun has just risen. It's my turn next. The quiet author, Sikatron, entered the guard room at 6 o'clock. Klein wrote down his encounter last night in his notebook and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company with Leonard and Royale. At that moment, he looked extremely exhausted, but the midnight poet and Sleepless beside him were still in high spirits. This is the difference between different sequences. Klein was about to pass through the partition and head home to catch up on his sleep when he saw the captain enter. "Good morning, Captain." He couldn't help but yawn as he greeted him. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat, took off his hat and glanced at him with his gray eyes. "Good morning. You should go back and get some rest. Did anything happen last night?" Klein immediately explained the matter regarding the misfortune cloth puppet and Leonard's deduction. "Okay." Dunn didn't express his opinion as he walked to his office with a solemn expression. "I'll send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral." Klein didn't stay any longer. He slowly walked out of 36, Zutland Street and breathed in the cool morning air. His spirits were lifted, and he suddenly remembered something that he had forgotten all along. "I forgot to tell the captain and Leonard that the misfortune cloth puppet had a piece of paper in its hands. How could I forget? There seems to be a subtle force affecting me, preventing me from telling the other Nighthawks about this." The Antigonus family's notebook was stored behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate many days ago. The misfortune cloth puppet 3-0625 should have been affected a long time ago. Why did it only show signs of abnormality last night? Because last night was the first time I was on duty at Cheney's Gate? It used all its strength just to let me see the picture on the piece of paper? Is this the goal of the Antigonus family's notebook? Because I survived after coming into contact with it and even became a seer? Questions flashed through Klein's mind as he stood rooted to the ground. He didn't know if he should pretend that he didn't remember anything and go home to sleep, or go upstairs to report to the captain. Chapter 110. After some thought, Klein decided to go home first to confirm something. Furthermore, he believed that if the misfortune cloth puppet's actions last night weren't to let him see the pattern on the paper, then the captain and the others would definitely find some clues during their subsequent investigations. It wouldn't affect the overall situation even if he didn't report it. Otherwise, it would be worth considering. This was what Klein wanted to confirm next. He took the trackless carriage back to Daffodil Street. When he returned home, his brother Banson and sister Melissa were still asleep. The living room was dark and quiet. Klein boiled a pot of water, threw some tea leaves, and ate a piece of oatmeal bread. Then, he took his coat, hat, and cane to the stairs. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps so as not to make any obvious noise. Just as he reached the second floor, he saw the bathroom door suddenly open. Melissa, who was wearing an old dress, came out with a sleepy look. "You're back!" Melissa rubbed her eyes in a daze. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. "Yes, I need a beautiful dream. Don't wake me up before lunch." Melissa hummed in acknowledgement. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, "That's right. Banson and I are going to St. Selena Cathedral in the morning to pray and participate in Massachusetts. Lunch might be a little late." As a not-so-devout believer of the Evernight goddess, she and Banson went to the cathedral once every 2 weeks. As for Klein, who was a nighthawk, he hadn't entered the cathedral other than the time he was followed by the members of the secret order. "No, I'm in the cathedral every day. It's just that it's underground." Klein subconsciously defended himself. He was very worried that the goddess would abandon him, a false believer. If he didn't get a response from the ritualistic magic at the critical moment, it would be a huge joke. But thinking about old Neil, the goddess was quite tolerant of the Nighthawks. "Yes, that's right," Klein encouraged himself. These thoughts flashed past his mind. He looked at Melissa and nodded with a smile. "No problem. I can sleep longer." Walking past Melissa, he entered his bedroom and locked the door. Then, he braced himself, took out the ritual dagger, and created a sealed wall of spirituality. Then, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and silently recited an incantation. He resisted the frenzied screams and went above the gray fog. In this illusory and boundless world, he was the only living creature, sitting upright on the ancient mottled bronze table. After a few seconds of silence, Klein conjured a goatskin parchment and wrote a divination incantation, the pattern that the misfortune cloth puppet displayed. At that moment last night, although Klein had clearly seen the mysterious picture on the piece of paper, he could only vaguely remember it due to his nervousness and haste. He was unable to recall the exact details, but that wasn't a problem. For a seer, as long as he had seen it and remembered it, he could reproduce it. According to mysticism theory, spirituality would remember everything it saw. As long as it was done in the right way, it could reproduce the scene at a particular moment. On this point, Klein even believed that spirit medium Daly's description of psychological alchemy made sense. A human's memory was just an island exposed on the surface of the sea. It couldn't hold too much, so most of the information that spirituality remembered became subconscious, becoming the main body of the island underwater. And spirituality itself, even if it wasn't the entire ocean, it included all the sea around the island. After silently reciting the divination incantation, Klein leaned back and entered sleep through cogitation. In the blurry, distorted, and fragmented world, he once again saw Cheney's gate open and heard a heavy grinding sound. The puppet in the classic black regal dress stuck close to the half-open door and unfolded the paper in its hand. There were many mysterious symbols on the paper, and together, they formed a vertical eye. Klein looked deeply at the picture and voluntarily exited the dream. Then, using the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog, he expressed the memories that had yet to fade. On the brown goatskin, the vertical eye looked upwards, looking sinister and mysterious. Klein thought for a moment and wrote below the eye, "This is the key to the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family." Putting down the fountain pen, he untied the silver chain in his sleeve and held it with his left hand until the topaz dangled steadily above the divination statement and the mysterious vertical eye. There was no longer any obvious shaking. Klein closed his eyes and calmly recited the statement. After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise with the silver chain. And this represented confirmation in spirit dowsing. The vertical eye picture is really the key to the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family. Klein nodded slightly as though he was in thought. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and muttered to himself. Because of Ray Bieber's death, the Antigonus family's descendants were severed. Therefore, that notebook views me, a seer who came into contact with it and is still alive, as its inheritor? It influenced 3-0625 to leave behind the key to the treasure so that it could show me during my shift at Cheney's Gate? There's no problem with this logic, but it still doesn't convince me. How does that notebook confirm that the Antigonus family's descendants are extinct? And I'm a completely unrelated person. If I had the Antigonus family's bloodline, the original owner wouldn't have committed suicide in the first place. It doesn't matter if I tell Captain and the others about this. I'll do some more research. Following that, Klein divined the location of the Antigonus family's treasure, but without a doubt, he did not obtain any detailed information. The only thing he could be sure of was that, just as Sirius had guessed in his letter to Mr. Z, the treasure was related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the ancient nation of the Evernight. After divining these matters, Klein discovered that the crimson star with the prayers had produced a weak fluctuation again. He touched the illusory star in response to the prayers and once again saw the brownish-haired youth dressed in unique black tight-fitting clothes. The youth was still kneeling on the ground, still facing the crystal ball of pure water, as he continued muttering something. At this moment, Klein, who had specially learned a little bit of Dragonese, finally managed to understand one of the words. Praying to save father and mother. It's really Dragonese. Which place still uses Dragonese? This is an antique that's thousands of years old. Unfortunately, this mysterious ruler above the gray fog is just an empty shell. I don't have the ability to save them even if I wanted to. Klein shook his head and sighed. He decided to observe for a while longer. I'll think about it after I master enough Dragonese and understand what happened to his father and mother. Klein retracted his spirituality, wrapped it around his body, and plummeted. Returning to his bedroom, he removed the wall of spirituality, changed into old but comfortable clothes, lay on the bed, and began to catch up on sleep. Klein slept until 12:30 p.m. until Melissa, who had prepared lunch, knocked on the door. After a sumptuous lunch, he saw Melissa pick up the gauze hat that matched her new dress and looked like she was going out. "What else do you have to do in the afternoon?" Klein asked in confusion. Sitting on the sofa, Banson, who was studying a grammar book with a frown, helped to answer without raising his head. Mrs. Shoud, who lives next door, told Melissa that there will be a lecture on family issues at the municipal hall in the afternoon. Melissa plans to attend and learn how to deal with daily family issues. Melissa nodded. I asked Selina and Elizabeth to accompany me. That's right. I hope that the lecturer will tell you that a family like ours needs to hire at least one maidservant, Klein said with a smile. Seeing that Melissa was about to retort, he immediately added, we need to invest our limited time into more valuable things. Melissa was taken aback. After a long while, she pursed her lips, put on her gauze hat, and left. At 2 in the afternoon, Klein appeared at the Blackthorn Security Company again. Didn't you go back to rest? Roshan and Dunsmith, who happened to be in the reception hall, asked at the same time. Klein smiled. I was planning on going to the divination club, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night, so I came over first. Did the Holy Cathedral reply? Dunn glanced at Roshan, turned around in silence, walked to the partition, and walked into his office. Roseanne made a face at his back and whispered fiercely, Don't worry. Seriously, Captain, well done. Klein praised inwardly as he held back his laughter and followed Dunn into his office. Seeing the door close, Dunn took a whiff of his pipe and said, The Holy Cathedral has already confirmed that it's a problem with the Antigonus family's notebook. Furthermore, it has been reclassified as a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Unfortunately, you won't have the clearance to read it. Grade 1, highly dangerous. Only people at the level of bishops and Nighthawk team captains and above would know the exact situation? In other words, even the leader wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. It's highly dangerous, no wonder. Klein felt a little regretful, but he also felt a lot more relaxed. Dunn glanced at him and continued, "The Holy Cathedral also asked us to investigate if there were any items behind Cheney's gate that were infected by the notebook. After confirmation, only 3-0625 was abnormal. We have already changed its seal." "Anything else?" Klein asked, pretending to be curious. Dunn shook his head. "No." Klein nodded thoughtfully and didn't continue the topic. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and headed to the Divination Club to continue his digestion journey. In the municipal hall, the three good friends, Melissa, Selina, and Elizabeth, sat near the door, waiting for the lecture to begin. "If she doesn't do well, we'll sneak out," Selina suggested excitedly. Elizabeth immediately agreed. Chapter 111. Not long after, the lecturer with high cheekbones stepped onto the half-raised wooden platform in front of the auditorium. "Good morning, kind and benevolent ladies. I'm Savia Gita. Today, I'm going to share with you my experience in arranging household expenses. It's divided into 3 parts. The first is how a family with an annual income of around £100 should balance the expenses of food, housing, clothes, and hiring servants. The second is how a family with an annual income of £200 should increase their expenses to make themselves look more presentable." Melissa listened carefully. She didn't need to calculate in her head to remember the total annual income of her 2 brothers. More than £200, she thought, half relieved and half frightened. She was both happy and content with her present life, and afraid that it would soon disappear. At this moment, Selina, who had burgundy hair, covered her mouth and said to her 2 friends in a hushed voice, "She seems to be a follower of the Storm Lord. She's wearing the Storm badge." Melissa looked over, and sure enough, she saw that Seviara was wearing an emblem depicting a gale and a wave on the left side of her chest. She hurriedly explained, "Mrs. Shoud, who told me about this lecture, is a follower of the Lord of Storms. I don't think it's strange, teacher." "Yeah, I don't think there's any problem. We're here to hear the specific bill plan." Elizabeth comforted Melissa. "But apart from Melissa, we don't need or have the right to plan our family's expenses," the wine-red-haired Selina mumbled. Elizabeth retorted without hesitation, "But we will eventually get married and have our own family." After the magic mirror divination incident, Selina had always been afraid of Elizabeth. All she could do was nod in embarrassment and pretend to be listening attentively. The lecturer, Savia, raised her right hand. "The premise of all these expenditure plans is that we must respect the opinions of the male host. They are the source of income and the pillars of the family. They face anxiety, stress, trouble, and chaos in this turbid society and win everything for us. Therefore, we must create a peaceful environment where they will not be disturbed by external affairs. We must let them relax when they return home and let their souls be baptized, so that they can face all kinds of challenges in a better state. Therefore, the famous philosopher, sociologist, humanist, and economist Mr. Lourdes once said that women are the angels of the family." Selina propped her cheeks with her hands, revealing her dimples as she asked in a low voice with excitement, "Lumi, the gentleman who said man is born free?" "Yes, but he is a believer of the Lord of Storms," Elizabeth replied hesitantly. At this moment the lecturer, Savia, continued speaking. "Mr. Lourdes also told us that women are born deficient in wisdom and logic. Since this is the case, we, who have no ability to judge, should accept the words of our fathers and husbands as religious beliefs." Note 1. Melissa, Selina, and Elizabeth looked at each other speechlessly for a long time. "Let's go?" Selina finally suggested. Melissa and Elizabeth nodded at the same time. "All right." They took their veils, lowered their backs, and slipped toward the side door, trying to leave without attracting attention. When they carefully arrived outside and stood up straight, they suddenly heard a burst of enthusiastic applause from the small auditorium. Melissa subconsciously turned her head and looked through the hole in the door. She saw Mrs. Shoud clapping. She saw the ladies applauding. Phew, praise the lady. Melissa exhaled and left the place that made her uncomfortable with Selina and Elizabeth. Shall we go to Harrod's department store? Standing under a tree by the roadside, Selina had forgotten what had just happened and suggested happily. Melissa fell silent for a few seconds. I want to go back and study. Study. Selina stroked her burgundy hair in a daze, as though she had returned to her usual life. And I still have to buy bread, beef, potatoes, and fruit. Klein has to work today, and Banson went to the city library. Yes, I have to go back. Melissa suddenly felt how much she loved textbooks, loved clockwork, and loved gears. Selina decided to maintain a distance from Melissa, who was acting abnormally today. She turned to look at Elizabeth and smiled obsequiously. Shall the two of us go to Harrod's department store? Although I've already spent all my private money, it's nice to shop around and take a look. Okay. Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Melissa, does your brother, Klein, have to work on Sundays as well? Yes, he's off on Mondays. It's different from ordinary work. Melissa subconsciously raised her head. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein took a tracked public carriage to Howe Street. He tried his best to rein in his thoughts and stop thinking about the Antigonus family's treasure. He focused his attention back on acting. It was important to digest the potion as soon as possible and improve himself no matter what. Acting as a seer? I'm still not professional enough. The fortune-tellers of the Foodie Nation have to look at the almanac before they do anything. Klein held his cane and sat in the carriage's interior. He decided to divine if it was a good day for him to go out and head to the divination club. Only then would he be a qualified seer. Taking the opportunity to get out of the car, Klein took out a halfpenny. His gaze converged, and his eyes quickly turned dark as he silently chanted, "That's right. Today is a good day to go to the divination club. Today is a good day to go to the divination club." Dang. Klein flicked the coin upward. He didn't watch it roll, but instead stretched out his palm. Patter. The halfpenny fell steadily into his palm. This time, it was the 1/2 number that was surrounded by the ears of wheat. The numbers are going up. This means that I'll encounter something bad at the divination club today. Klein thought for a moment before turning around and walking across the street. He waited for the public carriage to take off in the direction of Daffodil Street. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a fraud. Howe Street, in front of Harold's department store. Selina was about to enter when she suddenly froze and turned to look to the side. Did something happen? Elizabeth asked curiously. Selina puffed up her cheek. Why, Elizabeth, I'm reminded of my mysticism teacher, Mr. Vincent. He passed away just like that, on the second morning of my birthday. Is this because I peeked and used his secret incantation? This has made me feel guilty and uneasy. Besides, I haven't been very lucky recently. So? Elizabeth asked in a tacit manner. Selina bit her lip. I wish to head to the divination club next door to do a divination. I want to see if Mr. Vincent's matter is really related to me. To see what happened on the birthday banquet. I have a nagging feeling that Elizabeth is hiding something from me. I remember the back view of a man in a tuxedo. Don't you know divination? Elizabeth asked in surprise. Selina deliberately mimicked her father's sigh. Sigh, I'm not in the right state to divine myself. All right, then let's head to the divination club next door. Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion. They went to the side and followed the stairs to the divination club on the second floor. Hello, good afternoon, Miss Angelica. It's nice to see you again. In the reception hall, Selina greeted in a lively manner. Angelica smiled. As long as you come after lunch, you should be able to meet me. Selina exchanged a few pleasantries with him and mourned for Honas Vincent before saying, "I'm sorry. I need a divination. You know the club's rules. This is a list of members who are willing to do divination. It's the weekend today, so many people will be here." Angelica went through the process with great familiarity. Selina and Elisabeth's heads were together as they quickly flipped through the list and the corresponding introduction. "I've always approached my teacher directly in the past. I never expected the club to have so many members willing to do divination compared to last year," Selina said with interest. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds and muttered in puzzlement. Klein Moretti? Isn't that the same name as Brother Melissa?" Elisabeth was taken aback. She looked at the two words Klein Moretti a few times before nodding in thought. "That's right, Miss Angelica. Is Mr. Klein Moretti here?" Selina asked with bright eyes. Angelica shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Klein Moretti isn't here today." "All right, let's get someone else." Selina didn't have any intention of getting to know him. All she did was snicker and say to her friend, "I know he can't be Melissa's brother, but when I saw this name, I naturally thought of a news headline, something like the Intis Post." The Intis Post was founded by Roselle the Great and was famous for its sensational headlines. It was one of the most famous newspapers in the northern continent. Elizabeth asked, with some inattention, "What title?" Selina cleared her throat. "Is it a corruption of morals, or is it a societal problem? A history student has actually been reduced to helping people with divination on the weekends to make ends meet." Chapter 112. Bakeland, Empressborough. Audrey Hall sat on a hanging chair in a shady corner. She looked at the flowers blooming under the sun and thought about the matter that Furs Wall had asked for help. According to Viscount Glaint's verification, there really was a girl named Zio Dericha locked up in a temporary prison in the North District of Bakeland. Her crime was to severely injure a respectable gentleman due to a property dispute. The gentleman was still lying in a hospital bed and might never be able to stand up again. Furs's explanation was that the gentleman wasn't a good person. He was a gang leader in the East District of Bakeland, and he made a living as a loan shark. The cause of the incident was that a certain borrower realized that the interest was several times higher than he had expected. He wouldn't be able to repay the loan even if he went bankrupt. After negotiating with the gentleman to no avail, he found the famous arbitrator, Zio Dericha, hoping that she could convince the other party to waive the unreasonable part. The gentleman didn't comply with Zio Dericha's ruling. He even threatened to capture the borrower's wife and children that very night. Hence, Zio Dericha changed her persuasion techniques and used physical method. She accidentally caused serious injury. Viscount Glaint investigated the incident and confirmed that Furs Wall's description was true. He also confirmed that the gang leader had lost control of his underlings. After a visit in the middle of the night, he had waived the borrower's debt and issued a statement to the prosecutor that he had forgiven Zio Dericha. However, serious injury cases didn't mean that the victim wouldn't be prosecuted just because they didn't want to pursue the matter. Glaint hopes to resolve this through normal means. He sent someone to consult a lawyer he's familiar with. The lawyer said that he was confident that it would only be a light sentence. However, it would be very difficult to plead not guilty unless the client could obtain a medical certificate stating that they had mental problems or were mentally undeveloped. Audrey muttered to herself, leaning towards her friend's opinion. To her, the most important thing was not to have any open relationship with Furs Wall and Zio Dericha. After the tarot incident, Audrey felt that she was no longer a naive and ignorant girl. "There will be a ball at Earl Wolf's place tomorrow night. Tell Glaint to act according to the lawyer's advice." Audrey nodded slightly and made her decision. In the kingdom of Rouen, lawyers were divided into barristers and solicitors. The latter was responsible for matters that did not need to go to court, such as gathering evidence, talking to clients, helping people draw up wills, supervising the distribution of property, and providing legal consulting services. Of course, they could also represent clients in the most basic security court and defend simple cases. Barristers were lawyers who studied evidence and defended their clients in court. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Rouen, they had to maintain an objective attitude, so they could not directly contact the client. They could only gather information through their assistants, which were solicitors. Each of them was a true legal expert with outstanding eloquence and a high level of debating. Audrey, who had regained her relaxed state, hid in the darkness and peeped at the colorful flowers outside. She suddenly thought of something. Medical proof of mental problems or mental retardation. Psychiatrist. If psychological alchemy has mastered the acting method, does that mean I can look for them in the psychiatrist community? At this thought, Audrey felt that her train of thought was on the right track. Her eyes were as bright as resplendent gems. At that moment, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, sneaking behind the cluster of flowers in a sneaky manner to a place where only the gardener could reach. Susie! What is she doing? Audrey hid in the shadows and watched in a daze. The golden retriever's sense of smell seemed to be confused by the fragrance of the flowers. She did not notice her master behind her. She opened her mouth and let out a throaty ah and ah. Following that, she caused the surrounding air to vibrate, and words that were not mellow enough sounded. Hello. How are you? Audrey's mouth opened bit by bit. She had completely forgotten the etiquette that an elegant lady should have. She could not believe the scene she was seeing and the stiff voice she was hearing. She suddenly stood up and blurted out, Susie, you can speak? When did you learn how to speak? The golden retriever jumped up in fright as she turned to face her master. She frantically and quickly wagged her tail. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before vibrating the surrounding air. I don't know how to explain. After all, I'm just a dog. Upon hearing this, Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. On Monday morning, Klein, who was on vacation, followed his plan to revise and consolidate his mysticism knowledge. Then, he took a public carriage to Koei University. He wanted to interact more with Mr. Aztec and see what he knew. In the 3-story gray stone building belonging to the history department, Klein and his mentor, Cohen Quinton, chatted for a while. They discussed matters related to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain. Without any additional information, he took advantage of his mentor's absence to enter the office diagonally opposite and walk to Instructor Aztec's desk. Mr. Aztec, may I have a chat with you? He looked at the instructor with bronze skin, gentle facial features, and a small mole below his right ear. He took off his hat and bowed. Aztec, whose brown eyes hid an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, organized his books and said, No problem. Let's take a walk by the Koei River. All right. Klein held his cane and followed him out of the 3-story gray stone building. Along the way, the two maintained their silence. Neither of them spoke. When the flowing river entered their sights, and there were no longer any teachers or students around, Aztec stopped in his tracks. He turned his body halfway and faced Klein. Is there something you need from me? Klein pondered for a long while. He thought of many tactful methods, but he gave up on them one after another. Hence, he asked in a frank and direct manner, Mr. Aztec, you are a trustworthy and respectable gentleman. I wish to know what you see in me, or should I say, what do you know? I'm referring to the matter from before. You said that there's something amiss in my fate. Aztec tapped his cane and sighed with a smile. I never expected you to be so direct. I don't know how to answer you. To be frank, the incongruity in your fate is the only thing I can see. Apart from that, I don't know anything more than you. Klein hesitated for a moment before asking, but why can you see it? I don't believe that it stems from divination. Aztec turned his head to look at the Koei River, his tone tinged with a hint of bleakness. No, Klein, you don't understand. Divination can reach such a level. It just depends on the person doing the divination. Of course, my divination is just an excuse to conceal it. Some people are always special. They are born with some strange abilities, and I should be such a person. Should? Klein acutely grasped the problem with the other party's choice of words. Yes, I don't know if I was born with it either. Perhaps the price of such an ability is forgetting myself, forgetting the past, forgetting my parents. Aztec's eyes looked at the river with a hint of sadness. The more Klein listened, the more confused he became. Forgetting the past? Aztec smiled without a hint of a smile. Before I entered Baekeland University's history department, I lost most of my memories. I only remember my name and basic knowledge. Thankfully, I have an identity card, otherwise I would only be a tramp. All these years, I've searched for my parents using my identity card, but to no avail, even if I could see a corner of my fate. And during those few years in university, I gradually discovered that I possess some strange abilities that exceed the scope of common sense. Klein listened attentively as he blurted out a question. He blurted out a question, Mr. Aztec, why did you lose your memory? No, I mean, did you discover the reason for your amnesia at the scene? He suspected that Mr. Aztec was a member of the life school of thought who had lost his memory, or even a mid-sequence member of high standing. This was the counterpart of Monsters, a secret organization that had produced a prophet, one that was mainly passed down from master to disciple. Aztec shook his head heavily. No, it's as if I've forgotten the past after a nap. He took a few more steps forward with his stick in hand and said as he walked, Come on. As he walked, he said, after leaving Baekeland, I began to dream. I dreamed of many strange things. Dream? I'm good at interpreting dreams. Klein, who had entered the field of expertise, immediately asked, What kind of dreams? Aztec chuckled vaguely. Many different dreams. Sometimes, I'll dream of the interior of a dark mausoleum. I'll dream of ancient coffins with corpses lying inside with white feathers growing out of their back. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a knight in full armor, charging at the enemy with a 3-meter-long spear. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a lord with a rich manor, a beautiful wife, and 3 children. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a tramp, drenched in the rain, walking on a muddy road, cold and hungry. Sometimes, I'll dream that I have a daughter different from the previous children. She has soft black hair, likes to sit on the swing I made myself, and always asks me for sweet. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm standing beside the gallows, coldly looking up at the floating corpses above. As he listened to Aztec's ravings, Klein realized that he was unable to interpret his dreams. This was because the symbols of different dreams were opposite and contradictory. Aztec retracted his gaze, and his voice no longer drifted. The Phaenopotter kingdom in the south believes in Mother Earth, and the Church of Mother Earth promotes a concept. They believe that every life is a plant that absorbs nutrients from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and declining. When they wither, these lives will fall to the earth and return to their mother's embrace. And the next year they will grow again. Flowers bloom and wither year after year. It's the same for life, one life after another. Sometimes I'm very willing to believe this theory. I believe that because of my uniqueness, I can dream of my previous life, as well as fragments of the previous life. Having said that, he looked at Klein and sighed. I haven't even told Cohen about these things. The reason why I'm telling you is because Aztec paused and smiled. I'm sorry, my description wasn't accurate enough. The incongruity in your fate isn't the only thing I can see. I've also seen something else. Chapter 113. Mr. Aztec can tell that I'm a beyonder? His ability is really powerful. Klein was startled for a moment before he calmly replied, Yes. He thought for a moment, then added, Don't worry. Because of Welch and Naya. Just as I guessed. Aztec sighed. Among the policemen who came to the school to question me and Cohen, There were two people with supernatural powers. That should be Captain and Leonard. They took over Welch's case. Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. Aztec raised his cane slightly. You should have already entered that circle. I hope you can help me find clues about my origins. You don't have to do it on purpose. Just remember when you meet them. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Apart from you, I don't know anyone else with supernatural powers. You can never imagine what kind of emotions a person without a past would have. It's like a ship drifting in the sea. The scariest thing isn't encountering a storm, but not being able to find a port or a route to land. You can only welcome disaster after disaster, never to end, never to feel calm and safe. No, Mr. Aztec, I can understand your feelings very well, because I'm the same person. Fortunately, I have the original Klein's memory fragment. I have Banson and Melissa. Klein silently replied before asking, Mr. Aztec, with such an amazing ability, why don't you enter a similar circle and look for useful clues yourself? Aztec looked into Klein's eyes and laughed self-deprecatingly. Because I am afraid of danger, afraid of death. He sighed. I'm used to my current life and I like it. I don't want to, and I don't have the courage to, take risk. I can only rely on you. Klein didn't say anything else. If I can find any relevant clues, I will pay special attention. All right, it's time for us to return to the office. When Cohen is done with his work, we'll have lunch together. Do you still remember? The school's East Balham restaurant is pretty good. It's my treat. Aztec raised his cane and pointed in the direction he had come from. Sorry, I really don't remember. How could the original Klein have the money to go to an East Balham restaurant when I was in college? Even if Welch and Company were to treat him, he would reject such a relatively extravagant place. Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Aztec back to the 3-story gray stone building of the history department. After taking a few steps, Aztec suddenly spoke again. Now that I'm done with school, I'm going to welcome my summer vacation. You can visit me at home or write to me. Klein nodded and casually made a casual remark. Mr. Aztec, I thought you would go to Desi Bay for a vacation. No, it's too hot in the south now. I don't like sunbathing. Look at my skin, I get tanned easily. In comparison, I'd rather go to Winter County, to the north of the Fasak Empire, to ski, enjoy the scenery, and fish for seals, the bronze-skinned Aztec replied with a smile. I want that too. The newly hired Nighthawk, Klein, revealed an envious look. After lunch, he returned home and took a short nap. He began to review and research the advanced knowledge of charms and amulets, hoping to grasp them as soon as possible and create a product that could barely be used in battle and help him in the preliminary stages. A few minutes before 3 in the afternoon, Klein packed his belongings and sealed his bedroom with a wall of spirituality. Above the gray fog, in the majestic temple, an ancient and mottled bronze table sat quietly. Shrouded in a thick grayish-white fog, Klein sat at the seat of honor, watching the blurry Justice and the hanging man appear at their designated seat. Miss Justice's emotions aren't too stable. Worried, uneasy, and confused. Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, noticed the abnormality of the only female member of the tarot with just a glance. Audrey Hall's current feelings were indescribable. The fact that Susie could suddenly speak had a strong impact on her. In her imagination, the future development would be a great detective or a famous psychiatrist, Miss Audrey, with her assistant, the big dog, Susie. But if it turned out to be the big dog detective, Susie, with her assistant, Miss Audrey, then it would be a little, no, not a little, it would be very strange, and she would be at a loss. Audrey suddenly sat up straight, wanting to ask Mr. Fool and the hanging man for advice. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. How should I ask? What should I do if my pet is abnormal? How do I get along with a pet that has good intelligence and can speak? No. This is the Tarot Club, not a pet-rearing experience sharing session. I'm willing to bet that if I were to really ask that question, my good image in the eyes of Mr. Fool and the Hanged Man would be shattered. Audrey's thoughts raced, and she finally organized her word. Honorable Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, who always helps me, I have a question to ask. What can a pet with extraordinary powers help its owner with? Simply put, what can it do? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that Mr. Fool and the Hanging Man had fallen silent at the same time. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Hey, say something. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Really, I'm asking on behalf of my friend. Audrey was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She deeply regretted asking such a question. Combined with Miss Justice's previous question about what would happen if an ordinary animal consumed a sequence potion, did she share the potion she concocted with her pet? This is indeed something Miss Justice would do. With such a member, as the boss of a cult, I always feel a chill. Klein raised his right hand, pressed it against his forehead, and pinched it twice without answering. The Hanging Man, Alger Wilson, was silent for more than 10 seconds before replying with a slightly strange tone. It depends on what kind of extraordinary powers the pet has. It depends on what kind of supernatural abilities the pet has. For example, if it's a spectator, it can observe and listen in on certain occasions on your behalf. You know, people are wary of their own kind, but they are unlikely to suspect that a pet is eavesdropping, even if the pet is squatting at their feet. Makes sense. Most of the time, when Dad is discussing important matters with other nobles, members of Parliament, and ministers, he will avoid me and lock the door to the study. However, as long as Susie can avoid the initial purge, she won't be chased away. And those madams and ladies also like to communicate in small circles in private. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that, and her imagination immediately ran wild. And now that Susie can speak, she can directly tell me what she hears. Susie is awesome. I want to treat you well. I want to teach you how to recognize words and pronounce them properly. Should I teach Susie the aristocratic pronunciation or the normal Bakeland accent? Will she be able to recognize her origins when she greets other dogs in the future? Wait, why am I thinking about this? It's not like she can communicate with other dogs using human language. Wait, Mr. the Hanging Man, why did you directly use the spectator as an example? Could it be that all of you have guessed something? Audrey's expression changed. She sat up straight again and smiled faintly. Mr. Fool, I found another page of Roselle the Great's diary. This was obtained from Fur's Wall. Very good, all your debts have been paid off, Klein replied in a good mood. I'm sorry, there's not much content on this page of the diary. Audrey expressed the content she remembered on the parchment. Klein raised his right hand and let the parchment appear directly in his palm. He then said casually, "This does not affect my promise. Besides, the diary you brought last time has two sides. The diary collected by Justice and the Hanged Man were not the original version of Emperor Roselle's diary. It was a copy that was copied and copied by later researchers. Some people would record it on one side to preserve it, while others kept it the same for convenience." As he spoke, Klein lowered his gaze and looked at the first few lines of the diary. December 20th, it's the beginning of a new year, but the feedback I've received has left me very confused and troubled. Chapter 114. No oil? Is it because it can't be found for some reason, or is there really no oil? It has been more than 150 years since Roselle the Great was assassinated, and there is still no trace of oil. Klein's pupils shrank, and the hand holding the diary almost trembled. Without oil, not only does it mean that the emergence of the internal combustion engine will become unknown, but it will also lead to the stagnation of the chemical industry, making it impossible to establish a true modern industry on Earth. In other words, the subsequent development of this world was somewhat unpredictable to Klein. His original plan was that although he only knew a little about everything and was unable to invent things, He was better at knowing a little bit about everything and being able to foresee the direction of change and the trend of the times. When he accumulated enough salary and had his first pot of gold, he would make venture investments in promising industries and not put all his eggs in one basket. Klein felt that in this way, he would sooner or later have a lot of wealth. At that time, he would find white gloves to act as an agent on the surface, and then establish an international charity fund. On the surface, it would help the poor and secretly fund labor revolts in various countries, so as to compete with the upper class of society and improve the lives of the people at the bottom. If he found a way to return to Earth, he would divide his asset. 1/3 would be given to Banson, 1/3 to Melissa, and 1/3 to his own foundation. However, it was a pity that this beautiful vision of the future was shattered in an instant. Fortunately, this world has electricity and magnetism, and there are successful cases of telegraphy. I will mainly invest in this direction in the future. Klein calmed himself down, and his gaze moved down line by line. December 21st, don't think about oil anymore. Raising my sequence rank is the way to go. December 22nd, the environment of the old town of Lisha is so dirty that it is unacceptable. If I hadn't visited incognito, perhaps I would never have known that it still maintained the appearance I saw when I was young. I want to gather my ministers and formulate a capital sewer and public toilet improvement plan. Yes, I also want to correct the wrong habits of the residents. Let them boil hot water to drink, wash their hands and faces frequently, don't litter, urinate or defecate anywhere, and use condoms as much as possible. Haha, I have thought of how to name this matter, the Patriotic Health Campaign. Therefore, the invention of condoms has to be brought forward, as well as masks, paper cups, and other items. The most primitive version will do. I'll give it a try. Thanks to this world, it has rubber trees. 23rd of December. Perhaps I should consider the suggestion to leave a way out for myself outside the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. For example, joining that ancient, secretive organization that secretly influences the situation of the world? When Klein saw this, he suddenly realized that there was nothing below. His mood was indescribable. Great Emperor, what is the name of the ancient, secretive organization that you mentioned that secretly influences the situation of the world? Is there something I don't know? How can you stop here? Why didn't you write more? It's like reading a novel in the past, only to find out that the author had stopped at the end. Also, the Patriotic Health Campaign, the Emperor really knows how to play. The content of this diary should be set after he became the consul of the Republic of Intis. Perhaps he even called himself Julius Caesar. I have to go back and flip through some books and foreign history textbooks. I have to see which year the capital sewer and public toilet improvement plan of the Republic of Intis appeared. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein reined in his thoughts and made the diary in his hand vanish. You can communicate now. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief, adjusted her state, and became a spectator. She smiled faintly and said, I want to know if the name of the sequence potion is Arbiter. In addition, what kind of beyonder can directly pass through a wooden door or make locks ineffective? I know that. Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Klein was about to speak, but the hanging man beat him to it. I need you to help me investigate something in exchange for an answer. What is it? Audrey asked with interest and puzzlement. Alger glanced at the fool and said in a low voice, I want to know if the king intends to take revenge on the Fasak Empire this year or next June by starting a new war on the east coast of Balam. The current lingua franca of Taro was Ruan, and it was determined based on the accents of the three parties at the first gathering. Therefore, Alger knew that Miss Justice was a noble of the kingdom of Ruan, and he also believed that Miss Justice knew that he was a Ruan. As for the fool, Alger believed that his Ruan characteristics were just a disguise that made it easier to communicate. Ever since that ritualistic magic, Alger had unknowingly begun to use him to address the fool. Audrey recalled the things she had seen and heard at various social events over the past few days and nodded with some confidence. No problem, but I need enough time to confirm it. I can wait. The hanging man smiled at Alger. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe you won't go back on your word. Audrey looked at the silent and mysterious fool in the gray fog and curled her lips. But I believe that the value of this matter is higher than the sum of the 2 questions I've asked. When you confirm the answer, I will compensate you according to the situation, Alger answered as if he had already prepared for it. Miss Justice, Mr. The hanging man, do you need virtual currency to measure value? Klein leaned back with a smile and watched the 2 of them. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and cheered for herself in her heart. That's great. Audrey, you've learned how to bargain. She was so excited that she almost left her spectator state. She quickly found a random question to ask. Ah yes, Mr. the Hanging Man, did you receive the £1,000 in cash? I'm sorry, I'm still at sea and haven't returned to land. Alger didn't want to talk about this matter, and directly answered her previous question. A beyonder who can pass through a wooden door and make the lock ineffective should be a Sequence 9 apprentice. The secret organization, the Theosophy Order, has its formula, but we can't rule out the possibility of obtaining it from other sources, such as an ancient tomb belonging to the 4th epoch. The Theosophy Order, the secret organization that is inextricably linked to the Demonist sect. Klein leisurely rubbed his chin with his fingers. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't retort, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. If I had the apprentice formula in the past, I might not have chosen spectator. That kind of performance would be awesome. Alger ignored Miss Justice's words and continued, there is indeed a sequence potion with a name similar to Arbiter. There is indeed a sequence potion with a name similar to Arbiter. I believe you should be familiar with it, because the Augustus family and the Phaenopotter Kingdom's Castilla family both control the beginning of the sequence pathway. Of course, the low sequence formulas were rewarded in ancient times, and some nobles might have obtained them before. The Augustus family was the royal family of the Rouen Kingdom, while the Castilla family was the royal family of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. So the Augustus family's beginning is Arbiter. Audrey was enlightened, feeling that she had solved a question that had puzzled her for a long time. She sighed silently. It's no wonder I always want to follow their arrangements in front of them. I'm always uncomfortable and always willing to admit defeat. I'm always unlike myself. I thought it was because I was timid. The Arbiter has a convincing charm and sufficient authority, as well as outstanding combat ability to deal with unexpected situations. Alger described the corresponding situation succinctly. Audrey nodded slowly, leaned back slightly, and said elegantly, I have no more questions. Alger thought for a moment and turned his head to look at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you something. Is the true Creator's holy residence promoted by the Aurora Order the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods? Forsaken Land of the Gods? I've only seen this term once in Roselle's diary. It might be in the confidential information of the Nighthawks, but it's not something I can access now. How do you expect me to answer? The corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. He considered for a few seconds and replied in a calm tone. This isn't something you should know now. Alger's heart tightened as he immediately lowered his head. Please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries. Audrey originally wanted to ask what the Forsaken Land of the Gods was, but she gave up on the idea after hearing that. In the magnificent temple above the gray fog, silence suddenly took over. At this moment, Audrey felt that she should say something. Mr. Fool, if, and I'm saying if, I have the chance to join another organization, such as the Psychological Alchemy, is that possible? Klein maintained his posture of leaning back and chuckled. No problem. My only request is not to reveal the existence of the tarot. If you become a member of another organization, the materials and information you can exchange will definitely increase. After saying that, he suddenly recalled that he was also a member of another organization, a true Nighthawk, and that the hanging man was likely related to the Bishop of Storms. Could it be that my tarot was the so-called Traitors' Alliance? A gathering of snitches? Klein fell into deep thought. I understand. Audrey was excited once again as she thought of a question. Mr. Fool, if I find a man or woman suitable for tarot, can I guide them to join us? How should I guide it? Alger thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Fool, what are the criteria for future members of our gathering? How should we judge? Idealistic, moral, cultured, disciplined. These 4 phrases instantly popped up in Klein's mind. He remained silent for a few seconds, and when Justice and the hanging man began to feel a little uneasy, he said, If you think it's suitable, you can tell me here. If you think it's suitable, you can tell me here. I'll decide whether or not to let them join. Before that, you can't give any hint. That will cause the secret of the Tarot Club's existence to be leaked. You have to remember, for non-members. Klein paused and said in a deep voice, Chapter 115. Without my permission, you are not to recite my name. A few minutes after the gathering ended, Audrey and Alger, who had returned to their own bedroom and the captain's cabin, could still hear the fool's words echoing in their ears. Their impression of the mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool was either relaxed, calm, or unpredictable. He rarely displayed such a dignified and condescending attitude, and it was precisely because of this that the two of them were terrified and willing to obey. They were no strangers to such words, but they were all recorded in the Revelation of Evernight and the Book of Storms. West Borough of Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein pulled open the curtains, allowing the golden sunlight to shine into his bedroom. After Justice and the hanging man left, he examined the star from which the prayers came, but this time, he didn't receive any information. According to the Crimson Star's ability to save prayers, which was similar to offline information, Klein believed that the youth who spoke Jotun hadn't prayed again in the 2 times he had entered the world above the gray fog. This made him suspect that the youth's parents were hopeless, so they chose to give up. With his back facing the sunlight, Klein walked to the side of the bed and slumped down. He didn't want to move at all. He knew that he had to hurry to the divination club and continue the digestion process, but he was unwilling to move. All he wanted was to lie there quietly and enjoy his rare rest day. From Tuesday to Friday, his daily schedule was very packed. In the morning, he had mysticism lessons and corresponding practice. In the afternoon, he had shooting practice and combat practice. He was so tired that he didn't have much energy at night. On Saturday, the morning didn't change. In the afternoon, he would be on duty at Cheney's Gate. He would eat, drink, and defecate underground until Sunday morning. Sunday morning was Klein's time to catch up on his sleep. In the afternoon, he would decide if he wanted to go to the divination club. On Monday morning, he had just made a trip to Koei University. In the afternoon, he had to gather the tarot members and consider acting as a seer. In short, he had been busy all week without any chance to rest or relax. Therefore, at this moment, Klein just wanted to be dispirited for once. He wanted to stay at home like a salted fish, do nothing, think nothing, and just be in a daze. Klein buried his face in the blanket and encouraged himself. No, as the boss of a cult, how can I be so pathetic? If Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man were to find out about this, their worldview would be shattered. I have the formula for the clown potion. I'm just waiting for the seer potion to be completely digested. I have the formula for the clown potion. I'm just waiting for the seer potion to be completely digested. He muttered a few words to himself, then suddenly flipped over and sat up. Taking out a brass coin from his pocket, Klein quickly divined if it was a good day to go to the club and received a positive answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, he forced himself to stand up straight, walked to the coat rack, and took down his tuxedo jacket and silk half-top hat. House Street, in the conference room of the Divination Club. Klein sat in a shady corner, drinking side black tea and reading the Tingen City Honest paper. There were very few members around him, only about 6 or 7 of them. Just as he was amused by the incorrect grammar of a recruitment notice, Glassy, who was wearing a monocle and holding a silk top hat, walked in. Beside him was a lady in her 30s who was wearing a blue-collared dress. The lady's eyebrows were arched, and her eyes were large but lifeless. Her left hand was tightly gripping a black velvet Intis hat that looked like a helmet with feathers stuck in it. What an exaggerated hat! Doesn't it hurt to wear it? Klein sensed something and looked over. He pinched his glabella twice, as if to relieve his fatigue. In his spirit vision, Glassy and the lady with emerald green eyes were healthy, but they were anxious, angry, and flustered. "Good afternoon, Glassy. That Mr. Lenevis really isn't trustworthy, right?" Klein asked with a smile without standing up. Previously, Glassy, who had just recovered from his lung disease, had asked him for a divination regarding the investment in Lenevis Steel Company, but he had received a bad suggestion. However, when Klein saw how hesitant Glassy was, he felt that he would most likely choose to take the risk. At most, he wouldn't bet all his wealth. Therefore, after seeing the color of his emotions, Klein immediately made the connection and made a judgment. Glassy was first taken aback before he smiled bitterly. "I really regret not taking your divination advice. This is the second time I've said that. I believe that there won't be a third time." He turned his head and said to the lady with crow's feet, "Madame Christina, look. We haven't even said a word, and Mr. Moretti already knows our intentions. He's the most amazing fortune-teller I've ever seen. I prefer to describe him as a seer. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. We're here because of Lenevis." The lady named Christina gave a simple bow, looking a little flustered and anxious. "Shall we go to the Topaz room?" Glassy was relatively calm as he gestured to the door of the meeting room with his chin. Klein smiled and stood up. "This is the work of a fortune-teller." He walked along the aisle to the door and entered the empty Topaz room. Glassy locked the wooden door and walked to his seat as he sighed. "Lenevis has gone missing. He used the excuse of going to Civilhouse County to supervise the mining of minerals and left Tingen. He never returned. We sent people to search for him on a steam locomotive, but we discovered that the so-called high-grade large iron mine only existed on the blueprints. What made me feel fortunate was that I thought of your divination advice and only invested a third of the original amount. Otherwise, I would have lost my family and my life." Klein looked at the two of them with a deeper gaze than usual and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" He asked curiously, "Shouldn't you choose a representative to go to the Hornacis mountain range in Civilhouse County to verify it once before making such an important investment decision?" Christina replied quickly, "Our representative was bewitched. Our representative has been bewitched. He's been bewitched by the people Lenevis temporarily hired, the temporarily rented place, and the temporarily enclosed land." Klein didn't ask further. He maintained his posture as a seer. "What do you wish to divine?" "I wish to divine if this matter can still be salvaged," Christina said as she glanced at Glassy. Klein took a piece of paper and a fountain pen. "Then let's do an astrolabe divination. I'll ask and you answer." Amidst the question and answer, Klein marked the corresponding spots with the constellation of thunder and the symbols of various situations, completing the astrolabe. Compared to the astrolabe divination of ordinary people, he used more elements, and the method of interpretation was closer to the truth. "Lady sir, you are now at a fork in the road. If you are greedy, flustered, and don't know how to control yourself, you will fall into the abyss and never be able to escape. But if you can endure, wait, persevere, and stop being greedy, there will be opportunities for you to see the light." Klein spoke unhurriedly. "I understand." Christina nodded slowly, thought for a moment, and said, "Mr. Moretti, Can you divine Lenivis's whereabouts? No, I'm afraid that won't work. The information Lenivis left behind is most likely fake. Even his name might not be real. How am I supposed to divine it? Unless you can get very detailed information about him or provide him with personal items, Klein answered truthfully. Christina was silent for a moment, then she took out a one-solely note and pushed it to Klein. I've heard from Glassy that you are a true seer who respects fate and doesn't covet money. Take the rest as a tip for the club. Thank you for giving me confidence. She stood up, politely bade farewell, and quickly left. Doesn't covet money. No, I'm very vulgar. Klein regretted pretending to be a charlatan. After watching Christina leave, Glassy closed the door and turned around to ask again. Is there really no other way? What I said just now was the solution. Klein smiled and leaned back. Sigh. Glassy sighed. Lenivis took away more than £10,000, and there were more than 100 victims. Fortunately, I only lost £50. I only lost my savings, so I don't have any debts. As for Madame Christina, she invested £150. That's not an easy amount for her to bear. Have you called the police? When Klein heard the figure of £10,000, he was suddenly filled with indignation towards the swindler. Such an amount of money would make him a tycoon even in Bakeland. I wonder if the police will seek help from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind if it's just a simple search. Klein's thoughts wandered. Glassy nodded heavily. We've already called the police, and the police are taking this seriously. After some discussion, we're willing to offer a portion of the money recovered as a reward. No matter who it is, as long as they can provide any clues to Lenivis's whereabouts, they will receive a reward of £10 once it's verified. If they can provide accurate information about his whereabouts and help the police capture Lenivis, they will receive £100 in cash. £10 for clues? £100 for the capture of Lenivis? Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that, and his breathing became heavy. At that moment, he was worried about the source of the subsequent investigation fees. His extra salary of £3 for this week, along with his remaining stash, was just enough for the second payment. However, if Detective Henry was able to complete 2 commissions next week, his extra weekly salary wouldn't be enough for the remaining payment. He was short by a few soldi. Of course, that was on the premise that he didn't need to use his stash for anything else during this period of time. Perhaps I can get Lenivis's belongings from the police, but if he really left Tingen, it would be useless. Klein sighed in anticipation. In the next hour and a half, due to Angelica's recommendation, 2 more people came to Klein for consultation. One of them was divining for a 1-year-old child. Klein directly drew a birth astrolabe, and the other party was convinced and satisfied. The other person was searching for items. Klein used tarot divination and dream divination to lock onto the general area. This surprised him, as he had never seen a fortune-teller who could provide such precise information. Perhaps I'll be able to save up the remaining amount just by divining for others. After tipping Klein, he put on his hat, took his cane, and walked towards the entrance of the club while thinking. Just then, he saw Lady Christina come back in with a young lady in a flouncy hat beside her. When Christina saw Klein, she immediately came over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Mr. Moretti, you previously mentioned that if we have items related to Lenivis, we can attempt to divine his whereabouts?" "That's right." Klein nodded. Christina took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Does his child count as a related item?" Chapter 116. Christina didn't notice the seer's confusion. She looked at Angelica, who was at the reception desk, and said with a suppressed voice, "I'm talking about Lenivis's children." She pointed at the young lady in the lotus leaf hat beside her and said, "This is my niece, Megos. This is my niece, Megos. Her mother is my elder sister. I'm very sorry and regretful for thinking that Lenivis was an outstanding young man." Hence, I introduced Megos to the unmarried Lenivis and watched them become lovers. Megos' parents were very pleased with Lenivis. They planned to invest all their savings in the steel company after their engagement. Fortunately, Lenivis escaped before this happened, so their family didn't suffer a fatal loss. Unfortunately, my sister and brother-in-law had to explain to their relatives and friends why the engagement ceremony was cancelled. They also had to worry about the child in Megos' womb. We all believe in the God of steam and machinery, not the Lord of storms. We don't believe that lovers must remain chaste before marriage. We don't blame Megos, and we even sympathize with her. However, the child's survival is indeed difficult, especially when he has a father like that. This is a scam of money and sex. Klein looked at Megos, who was standing quietly at the side, and realized that she was an outstanding beauty. She had a smooth forehead, long blonde hair, and a pair of large eyes that were very similar to Christina's. At this moment, she was melancholic and quiet, and her lips were tightly pursed. What an infuriating swindler, and he even managed to escape. Klein cursed Lenivis and thought for a moment. After some thought, he said, "If it's a child that has already been born, I do have a way to use him to divine Lenivis's whereabouts. However, it's a pity that I'll need to wait for a few months. This might be the result of my previous divination. Endure, wait, persevere, and stop being greedy. Then, I'll welcome an opportunity and see the light of day." "A few months," Christina muttered as she shook her head. "No, after so long, even if I find Lenivis, I won't be able to get my money back." She turned her head to look at the blonde Megos, and her voice involuntarily deepened. "Do you have any items that Lenivis carried with him?" "No," Megos replied softly. "Does the ring he gave me count?" "It has to be something that he's carried for a long time." Klein shook his head in denial. Christina was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Megos. "You have to make a decision. I believe that keeping this child will make the rest of your life difficult and full of thorns. Are you going to tell him that his father is a swindler who has deceived many people, including his mother? It's time to go to the clinic and the hospital. This can also help us find Lenivis and take back what we've lost." "Hey, I ascends this divination a little?" It wasn't Klein's place to interfere in other people's family matters. All he could do was wait patiently by the side, lampooning from time to time. Megos lowered her head and lowered her gaze. She didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she touched her lower abdomen and revealed a gentle smile, saying, "He's different from his father. He's a very considerate and likable child. Every day, he would kick me gently to tell me how he was feeling. He would even hum and whistle, using music to help me sleep." As Klein listened, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The first half of Megos' words were a common reaction, but the latter half sounded like she was talking in her sleep. She was talking about something unrealistic. Did she suffer a huge blow and have a mental problem? Klein raised his right hand and reached for his glabella, pretending to massage it to relieve his fatigue. Just then, Megos turned around abruptly and walked quickly to the door, leaving behind only one sentence. She said, "Maybe his father will secretly return because of his birth and keep a portion of his wealth." Klein was stunned. He didn't have time to activate his spirit vision. He watched as Megos left the club and walked down the stairs. Christina took a deep breath and said after a few seconds, "I'm sorry, Mr. Moretti. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Moretti. We will try our best to find Lenivis' belongings." Klein nodded indiscernibly and watched her walk down the stairs. He sighed and shook his head. The next morning, the moment Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Rose Ann and asked, "What's going on? Where's today's newspaper?" The sweet brown-haired lady, Roshan, sized him up. She asked curiously, "Klein, you're very strange." "Why is that?" Klein asked with a smile, as if he had expected it. Roshan rolled her eyes. "In the past, you only read the newspaper during your lunch break because you have mysticism classes in the morning. Oh, old Neil is already waiting for you at the armory. I knew in advance that there would be a reward for a case, so I wanted to flip through the newspaper and memorize the criminal's appearance. Who knows, I might meet him one day. Klein explained with a smile. Is that so? Roshan curiously picked up a few copies of today's newspaper and started flipping through them quickly. Wanted poster. Lanivis, right? Klein immediately replied, yes. Yes. Despicable swindler. He actually cheated more than £10,000. Roshan looked carefully for more than 10 seconds and suddenly exclaimed angrily. Klein shared the same feelings as her, so he condemned her. It's indeed despicable. I even want to apply to take over this case. Roshan looked at it for another 10 seconds and shook her head regretfully. This case doesn't seem to involve any beyonder factors. Even if it did, it would be handed over to the mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms. Klein didn't quite understand what Roshan meant, but after flipping through the newspaper, he sighed regretfully. That's right. So many people were deceived. The believers of the 3 major churches must be included, and Lanivis Steel Company is located in the South Borough. Cases related to beyonder factors would be handed over to the corresponding team if they involved the believers of a particular deity. However, if the believers of the Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the God of Steam and Machinery were involved, the case would be assigned according to the jurisdiction. Golden Indus District, North and West Districts would be under the Nighthawks, East, South, and the Dock District would be under the mandated punishers, and the University District and suburbs would be under the Machinery hive mind. As he flipped through the newspaper, Klein also memorized Lanivis's appearance. He had a full forehead, black hair, and brown eyes. He wore glasses with nearly circular lenses, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he was mocking everyone. Other than that pair of glasses, Lanivis didn't have any obvious characteristic. He looked very ordinary. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Roshan, Klein passed through the partition and prepared to go underground. At that moment, he saw the pale-skinned, ice-cold corpse collector Fry and the white-haired, black-eyed Miss Author, Sikatron, walk out of the recreation room at the same time and turn towards him. After a brief greeting, Klein watched his 2 teammates leave. He then saw Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat, open the door and stand beside him. There's a case? Klein asked curiously. At this time, the 2 Nighthawks wouldn't go out together for no reason. Dunn's gray eyes swept the area and he nodded with a smile. There's a place in Westborough that's suspected to be haunted. I'll get Sika and Fry to take a look. However, you don't have to worry about this. Before you grasp the basics of combat, I don't plan on letting you participate in any more missions. I have to be responsible for my teammates. Captain, you're such a good person. Other than your receding hairline and poor memory, you don't have any other flaws. Klein praised him in his heart. He then asked in confirmation, that is to say, I only need to attend mysticism classes and undergo combat training. I don't need to make any contributions to receive a salary? That's only temporary, Dunn gave a definite answer. I only need to attend classes and work out to receive a full and generous salary. Just thinking about it feels good. Klein thought happily. Let's hope there aren't any more coincidences. He prayed silently. His peaceful and uneventful life continued until Friday. After completing his combat training, Klein arrived at Basic Street by car. Outside Henry's private detective firm, he looked to his left and right. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he put on his gauze mask, straightened his trench coat collar, and quickly entered the corridor. After knocking on the door, Klein once again saw the middle-aged, tough-looking Detective Henry. "Good afternoon, sir. One of your commissions has come to fruition," the blue-eyed Detective Henry said in a drunken voice. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "Good afternoon, sir. Is it about the gentleman who appeared at the Evil Dragon Bar?" The gentleman who bought the supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion, yes. Henry waved the pipe in his hand. Then, he didn't say a word as he smiled at Klein. Klein understood what he meant. His heart ached as he took out 4 one-pound notes and handed them over. This is the second payment. He paused and added, "Write me a receipt." He paused and added, "Write me a receipt." He had less than £1 in his private stash, no problem. Henry coughed twice. As he checked the anti-counterfeiting mark on the notes, he instructed his employee to bring paper and a fountain pen. Following that, he invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa as he quickly wrote a receipt and stamped it. After doing all of this, Henry took a puff of his pipe. "According to your description, my assistant and I waited at the Evil Dragon Bar for 3 days before we finally met that gentleman. He's indeed a rather vigilant gentleman, and he's also very observant. Thankfully, I'm a veteran in this field." Chapter 117. Daxter Guderian, a doctor at Green Hill Medical Asylum. Klein silently repeated Detective Henry's words. He began to think about how he could approach this doctor, who was suspected of being a spectator and a member of psychological alchemy. He didn't want to take too many risks on this matter. He didn't want the Nighthawks to discover that there was something wrong with him. He didn't want to lose his current life for information and resources. Furthermore, that gentleman was likely a spectator. Without special training, it was almost impossible to hide one's true intentions and thoughts from him. Should I find someone to act as a middleman and be more mysterious? No, the more people are involved, the easier it is for problems to arise. Perhaps I can consider hiding the truth within the truth. Let the doctor see my expressions and body language, but not all of my thoughts. As Klein listened to Detective Henry's introduction of Daxter Guderian's situation, he thought about how he could minimize the risk to the greatest extent while not affecting the achievement of his goal. Gradually, he found inspiration from the police and spy movies he had watched. I can give it a try, but I have to practice it repeatedly. Klein nodded in his heart and focused all his attention back on Detective Henry's word. Ahem. Henry cleared his throat and said, "We are still working on the Red Chimney's request. You should know that there are many similar buildings in Tingen. Of course, if you can provide us with other clues, things will be much simpler." Klein laughed hoarsely. "If I had other clues, I wouldn't have asked you." To be honest, the long investigation and search had made him pessimistic about the outcome of the matter. The mastermind had obviously noticed his divination and had sufficient time to move to another hiding place. Therefore, he could only hope to find more clues from the information of the tenant. And that's worth £7. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. After Detective Henry finished his description, Klein picked up his cane and left. Saturday morning, in the doctor's office at the Green Hill Medical Asylum, Daxter Guderian, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an outstanding aura, took off his coat and hat, and hung them on the coat rack. Just as he picked up the tin can of coffee powder, he heard knocking on the door. "Please come in," Daxter said nonchalantly. Then, he saw the half-closed door open and saw a young man in a black windbreaker walk in. Daxter was puzzled by the stranger's unfamiliar face. "Good morning, and you are?" Klein closed the door behind him, took off his hat, pressed it against his chest, and bowed. "Good morning, Dr. Daxter. Please forgive my sudden visit. I am Probationary Inspector Klein Moretti of the Alwa County Police Department. These are my credentials and badge." "Inspector?" Daxter muttered as he took the badge and ID. "Special Ops." He slowly raised his head. His gaze was so calm that there wasn't the slightest ripple in it. It was as if he were examining something. He had short black hair and pupils that were darker than brown. He had the temperament of a scholar and was calm and composed. For the time being, there was no sign of malice. Daxter returned the item in his hand and pointed at the chair opposite his desk. "Please sit down, officer. What can I do for you?" Klein sat down and put away his cane. He slowly put away his identification and badge and revealed a smile. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am also a member of the Tingen Nighthawks. I specialize in dealing with matters involving Beyonders. Good morning, Mr. Spectator. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Daxter's pupils shrink, and he retracted his hand as if he was about to escape. Officer, I don't understand what you mean. Daxter forced himself to speak, almost unable to maintain his composure. I don't like such jokes. Perhaps I should call the guards. Klein slowly took out his revolver from the holster under his armpit, his smile unchanged. His smile didn't waver as he said, Mr. Daxter, I know you can see my confidence and that I have no ill intentions. To be honest, I wasn't too sure at first, but your reaction gave me the answer. Everything I said is true, Klein added in his heart. Daxter relaxed a little. He glanced at Klein's revolver and asked curiously, I find it hard to understand why you would come looking for me. I don't think I exposed anything, Klein smiled and said, This is just a coincidence. This is just a coincidence. Maybe fate arranged for us to meet. Actually, we met at Evil Dragon Bar's underground market, but you didn't notice me back then. Although you cleverly purchased the supplementary ingredients for the sequence potion separately, it was still worth paying attention to, since I happen to know the formula. Daxter suddenly exhaled, as if he had lost the motivation to defend himself. So that's how it is. I thought I was careful enough. I didn't expect. After muttering a few words, he stared into Klein's eyes and said, Officer, I know you're not here to arrest me. Officer, I know you're not here to arrest me. What's your real purpose? Klein said with a relaxed expression, I'm different from the other Nighthawks. I don't think that every Beyonder who doesn't belong to us is a potential criminal. That's unfair to those who yearn for order and kindness. Daxter changed his sitting posture and wasn't as tense as before. If the other Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind members were like you, then the world would be at peace. You know the members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind. Klein pretended to be surprised. This isn't something a person who entered the Beyonder domain by mistake should know. There must be an organization behind you. He leaned back and said with a smile on his face, That's right. Psychological alchemy? As he spoke, he watched Daxter's expression turn ugly. I can tell that you're waiting for my answer, but I still overlooked something very normal and fell into your verbal trap. Daxter muttered in frustration. He began to realize that the spectator's state wasn't omnipotent. He could tell what Klein's motive was, but that didn't mean he could figure out the details. Klein rubbed the revolver's cylinder and said, Doctor, we have to be honest with each other. Doctor, we have to be honest with each other. It starts with me. I don't think that unsupervised Beyonders are potential criminals, but I agree with registering and monitoring every Beyonder. This is to prevent the risk of losing control and to prevent more serious and dangerous situations from happening. I won't disturb your normal life. I hope that we can cooperate to a certain extent. A certain extent? Daxter asked as though he was thinking. Klein chuckled. Yes, there is a limit. For example, report your condition to me regularly. As you know, many cases of losing control can be salvaged when the situation isn't that serious. The Nighthawks have accumulated sufficient experience in this aspect. For example, in your organization, among the Beyonders you know, if anyone is about to harm the innocent, please provide me with clues in a timely manner. For example, you can use something to exchange for something more useful to you. This is a benefit I'm giving you. You should know what benefit means. In addition, you don't have to worry anymore. You don't have to be afraid of being suddenly captured or killed by members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. You can enjoy your life in peace and happiness. We will give you something to prove your identity. You can use it at the last moment when there's no other way. Daxter listened in silence. After a while, he asked, "You wish for me to betray my organization?" After a while, he asked, "No, it's not betrayal." Klein said sincerely, "This is the protection of justice, morality, and kindness. You are stopping some evil, cruel, and bloody cases. Other than that, I won't ask you to betray the secrets of your organization." Daxter thought about it carefully. He seemed to feel a little better because he had an excuse. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his right hand. "It's a pleasure working with you." Klein shook Daxter's hand with a hand that wasn't holding a gun. "It's a pleasure working with you." He paused for a moment and chuckled. "Doctor, you can tell me if you're a member of psychological alchemy now." "Yes." Daxter nodded. Klein, who had activated his spirit vision before entering the room, didn't notice any fluctuations in Daxter's emotions. He deliberated and asked, "How did you join psychological alchemy?" Daxter looked into Daxter's eyes. "Because there was a patient in this mental asylum. When I was treating him, I realized that he could see through me completely. He was so clear-headed and rational that he didn't seem like a lunatic. His name is Hoodeugen." Klein committed this name to memory and chatted with Daxter for a while. They agreed on the secret method of sending the request and the location of the meeting. He didn't discuss potions, formulas, or rumors with Daxter for the time being. He would bid farewell at a suitable time, put away his revolver, and leave Daxter's office. Daxter let out a long sigh as he watched him disappear through the door. He leaned back in his chair weakly, feeling both pained and relaxed. 36 Zutland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn, who was sitting behind his desk, swept his gray eyes and asked, "What happened?" Klein, who was almost half an hour late, organized his words. "Captain, I found a Beyonder. He's confirmed to be a member of the psychological alchemy. He's a decent doctor, and he's willing to cooperate with us. I think it's best to maintain the current state of affairs. This will help us understand the latest developments in psychological alchemy." After pausing for a few seconds, Klein added, "I want to develop him into an informant for the Nighthawks, or a secret outer member." The term informant came from the language of Intis, from Roselle the Great. Dunn nodded slowly and said, "You handled it very well. But if there's anything like this in the future, it's best that you inform me first. Give me the doctor's information and the written report of your treatment process. I'll give him something to prove his identity. Also, don't tell Leonard and the others about this. Although they are trustworthy teammates, there are clear rules. You'll be in charge of contacting that doctor in the future." Klein exhaled silently as he beamed. Chapter 118. Time passed steadily, and Tingen sent off the tail end of summer. It was mid-August, and the temperature had stabilized at 26 degrees Celsius. Splash! Klein suddenly stood up from the bathtub and took a step forward, causing water droplets to splatter. He stood there naked and looked down at his abdomen. With a little effort, he could clearly see the contours of his muscles. This was the result of his persistent training. Other than that, he looked a lot more energetic. And today, his martial arts teacher, Gawain, had begun teaching him basic boxing footwork and force exertion technique. Pa, pa, pa. Klein's bare feet stepped on the bathroom floor, sliding forward, retreating, and dodging to the right, accompanied by punching and blocking. Phew! He stopped and exhaled happily. He grabbed the towel beside him and wiped himself. In the 2 weeks after coming into contact with the asylum's doctor, Daxter Guderian, Klein seemed to have escaped from the cycle of coincidences and Beyonder incidents. His life became stable. He received his salary step by step, delved into mysticism, practiced shooting and combat, and developed new dishes. He accumulated decent tableware and decorations with his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa. He consulted Captain Dunn, his teammate, Leonard, and company about past Beyonder cases, and helped people at the club with divination. He strictly followed the rules he had concluded. This made his mind feel at ease. If it wasn't for the fact that he missed Earth in the dead of night, the fact that he had yet to figure out the red chimney, and the fact that the misfortune cloth puppet's images would occasionally appear in his dreams, he would have gotten used to his current life. During this period, Tarot summoned Klein 3 times, but he didn't receive any new Roselle's diary. But according to Justice, she had gotten to know 2 new Beyonders, and was in the process of coming into contact with them. Once they entered the corresponding circles, they should be able to trade for more Roselle's diary. The hanging man also indicated that he had returned to land and was handling some matters. He would immediately start searching whenever he was free. In addition, Justice felt that the 2 Beyonders she had just met were worthy targets for her to develop. For example, each of them had a good cover for their identities, and each of them had different sources of resources. Each of them had their own perseverance and characteristics, and they weren't the kind of people who would easily betray secrets. The only problem was that they were only Sequence 9. They weren't suitable for a high-end and strict secret organization like the Tarot Club. A high-end organization? I think it's more like a pyramid scheme. Back then, the fool Klein only wanted to cover his face and sigh. He couldn't find the words to respond to Miss Justice's self-satisfaction. He could only agree to let her observe the 2 Beyonders further. Of course, Justice wasn't the naive and romantic girl from the beginning. She cautiously didn't mention the names and characteristics of the 2 Beyonders, afraid that the hanging man would find out about her. Miss Justice said that she could clearly feel the signs of the potion digesting. Perhaps in another 3 to 4 weeks, she would be able to complete her role as a spectator. I have to bring the telepathist formula forward. After wiping himself clean, Klein placed the towel to the side. As he put on his clothes, he thought about what had happened on Tarot the day before yesterday. In the past 20 days, he had only met Dr. Daxter Guderian once. With the thought that more haste makes waste, he had only chatted with him about his condition and asked about some unimportant matters from the psychological alchemy. And the speed at which Justice digested the potion made him have no choice but to think about how to get the Sequence 8 telepathist formula from Daxter. After buttoning up his shirt one by one, Klein picked up another dry towel and used it to wrap his head to absorb the moisture from his short hair. Compared to Justice, the speed at which he digested the seer potion was faster. Up until this week, he didn't hear anything he shouldn't hear or see anything he shouldn't see during his cogitation or spirit vision. Flipping the towel, Klein dried his hair and looked towards the door, muttering to himself, "The seer rules that I summarized are indeed effective. My summary of the seer principles is indeed effective. Next week, I should be able to completely digest the potion next week. I still have no idea where to get the Hornacis Grey Goat Horn and the Human-Faced Rose from the Clown formula. Perhaps I can learn from Madame Daly and submit a special application, but that will definitely attract the attention of the upper echelons. All I want to do now is to develop wretchedly. The believers of the Aurora Order in the police department have also been found, but I still don't know who Mr. Z is. Henry said that I can complete the Red Chimney Commission before the end of this week. My private stash has recovered to a little more than £7, so I don't have to worry about how to pay the balance. I can't find any problems with the information on the houses and tenants he gave me previously, and I don't have the time to check them one by one. Maybe I can check which house with the red chimney has recently had a change of tenants? Yes, that's a good idea. After meditating for 20 to 30 seconds, he put on his grayish-black trousers, put on his bow tie, and secured his holster. He threw his night training uniform into the laundry basket, opened the door, and walked out of the bathroom. He had just finished his Wednesday afternoon combat training, so he was still at Gawain's house. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." Gawain's maidservant happened to pass by and quickly bowed. Klein nodded slightly and pointed to the messy and wet bathroom. Please clean it up. That's my job. The laundry will be handled by the laundry lady. She'll be here at 6, the maidservant replied with her head lowered. The laundry lady didn't provide food and lodging, and they were paid very little. Therefore, they wouldn't be employed by just one family. Usually, they would take on the laundry of several nearby residents. They would either rush to do the laundry every day and immediately go to another house after doing it, or they would collect all the laundry at home and deal with it together before sending it back. Only by doing so could they barely survive. Klein didn't say anything else. He went to the living room and bade farewell to his master, who was sitting in a rocking chair. He saw Gawain, who had white hair at his temples, nodding listlessly. His legs were covered with a light brown blanket, and he was holding a copy of the Alwa Evening Post in his hand. Klein knew that the man in front of him, who was bathing in the setting sun, was actually in his early 50s, but he looked so lethargic that he looked like he was in his 80s or 90s. During their usual combat training, Gawain also maintained his silence. He only spoke when it was time to give pointers. He didn't say much or engage in idle chatter. As for Klein, he was exhausted every day and lacked the desire to initiate a conversation. Therefore, their relationship was still cold to this day. From Teacher Gawain's demonstration, his strength is rather astounding. His footsteps are also sufficiently agile. It probably wouldn't be a problem for him to take on 3 of me. He has a salary from the police station, and he even bought a piece of land in a village on the outskirts of Tingen. He can collect a fixed rent. He employs a chef, a maidservant, and a laundry lady. In the foodie countries on Earth, a man in his 50s or 60s with such wealth would have long traveled the world. Klein retracted his gaze from Gawain and shook his head to himself. Then, he went to the clothes rack and took off his half-top hat and black windbreaker. Dressed neatly, he picked up his cane and walked out of the house. He walked along the stone path with weeds growing on both sides and approached the main door. Just then, he saw a 2-wheeled carriage parked outside the iron fence, and a familiar man was standing inside. Leonard, Klein muttered to himself as he looked at his Nighthawk teammate, whose hair was disheveled. Leonard was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boot. He was twirling his hat in his hand. When he saw Klein come out, he smiled and said, "Are you surprised?" "There's only shock, no joy." Klein ignored the other party's indecency and stared into the fake poet's green eyes. "What is it?" Leonard put on his hat and said, "Captain wants you to cooperate with me and Fry. We'll talk more on the way." "All right." Klein followed him into the carriage. When the scenery on both sides passed by, Leonard picked up the briefcase beside him and threw it in the opposite direction. Klein caught it steadily, took out the document, and carefully read it. August 11th, 11 p.m., Westboro Workhouse. The bankrupt Sauls attempted to set it on fire, creating a tragedy. However, he ended up burning himself to death. August 11th, 10 p.m., dock worker Zid jumped into the Tussock River, ending his poor life. August 11th, 8 p.m., Iron Cross Street's Lower Street, matchbox maker Mrs. Lauweiss died of a sudden illness. When he saw the first 2 incidents, Klein was puzzled. He felt that such deaths were too common. Not only did they not attract the attention of the Nighthawks, but even the police department had to avoid wasting manpower. But as he continued reading, he gradually frowned. After flipping 2 pages, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Leonard. "Isn't this a little too much?" When the number of normal deaths reached a horrifying level, it was hard to call it normal. Leonard nodded in a rare serious manner. "The number of deaths in the past 2 weeks is 5 times the normal number. The Tingen Police Headquarters discovered this problem when they were compiling the data. They quickly handed the matter over to us, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. Although these deaths were initially verified to be normal, the captain believes that we have to investigate again, and this might require the help of divination or ritualistic magic." Klein was enlightened. "I understand." Leonard snapped his fingers and said, Me, you, and Fry will form a team. Me, you, and Fry will form a team. He'll be waiting for us at Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. Sika, Royale, and Old Neil will form a team to investigate the corresponding incident in Northborough. Captain will stay in the security company to deal with any accident. Okay. Klein nodded solemnly. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Can I go home first and leave a note?" He had to tell his siblings that he had something on tonight and wouldn't be having dinner at home. Leonard laughed. "No problem. It's on the way." Only then did Klein calm down. He flipped through the death incidents again, trying to find a connection between the different ways of death, the different names, and the different times. As he read, he suddenly had a thought. This is my first group mission after becoming a Nighthawk? P.S. Regarding a plot from yesterday, without spoiling it, if I had to force Klein not to activate his spirit vision so that he would miss the observation, I would have used a gentler and less uncomfortable method. For example, activating his spirit vision but not discovering anything, or it's just a minor mental problem. That way, I would have enough reasons to explain later. Then, why did I emphasize not being able to make it in time and forgetting? Why? Chapter 119. Tingen City 2, Daffodil Street. After leaving behind a note, Klein locked the door and walked quickly to Leonard Mitchell, who was waiting by the roadside. Leonard's short black hair was a little longer than last month. Due to the lack of care, it looked very messy. But even so, with his good looks, emerald-like eyes, and poet-like temperament, he still had a unique sense of beauty. Indeed, any hairstyle depends on the face. Klein subconsciously lampooned and pointed in the direction of Iron Cross Street. "Fry is waiting for us there?" "Yes." Leonard adjusted his shirt that wasn't tucked in and asked casually, "Did you find any clues from the information?" Klein held his cane in his left hand and walked along the edge of the street. "No, I couldn't find any pattern in the manner of death or the time of death. As you know, rituals involving evil gods and devils have to be coordinated with a specific time or method." Leonard touched the custom-made revolver hidden by his waist and under his shirt. He chuckled and said, "That's not absolute. In my experience, some evil gods or devils are very easily satisfied as long as they have a strong interest in what happens next. And there must be a considerable number of ordinary death. We have to eliminate them to get the correct answer." Klein glanced at him. "That's why the captain asked us to do a new investigation and eliminate the ordinary death. Leonard, your tone and description tells me that you have plenty of experience in such matters, but you've only been a Nighthawk for less than 4 years. On average, you don't encounter more than 2 Beyonder cases a month. Furthermore, most of them are simple and easy to resolve." He always felt that his teammate, Leonard Mitchell, was odd and mysterious. Not only did he always suspect him and think that he was special, but he was also sometimes paranoid, sometimes arrogant, sometimes frivolous, and sometimes deep. Did he have a fortuitous encounter as well? Did he also have a fortuitous encounter that made him feel like the protagonist of a drama? Klein combined his rich knowledge from movies, novels, and television dramas to make a rough guess. Upon hearing his question, Leonard smiled. "That's because you haven't officially entered the state of a Nighthawk. You're still in the training stage. Every half a year, the Holy Cathedral will compile the supernatural cases encountered by each parish and church into a book. Based on the different levels of confidentiality, the book will be edited in different versions and distributed to all members. Outside of the Mysticism Studies course, you can request permission from the captain to enter Cheney's Gate and borrow the previous case books." Klein nodded in enlightenment. "Captain never reminded me about this." He had yet to have a chance to enter Cheney's Gate. Leonard chuckled. "I thought you were used to Captain's style. I didn't expect you to be so naive as to expect him to remind you. At this point," he added meaningfully, "if one day Captain remembers everything and forgets nothing, then we need to be more vigilant." "Does this mean I'm out of control?" Klein nodded with a solemn expression and turned to ask, Is this Captain's unique style? I thought it was a problem that came with the sleepless sequence. Memory loss caused by staying up late. To be precise, it's the unique style of a nightmare. Reality and dreams are intertwined, often making it difficult to distinguish what's real and what's fake. There's no need to keep it in your mind. Leonard wanted to say something else, but the two of them had already stepped into Iron Cross Street and saw corpse collector Fry waiting at the tracked public carriage stop. Fry was wearing a black round-brimmed felt hat and a thin trench coat of the same color. He held a leather suitcase in his hand, and his skin was so pale that it made one suspect that he would collapse from a sudden illness at any moment. His cold and gloomy aura made the people waiting around him stay away from him. After nodding at each other, the three of them didn't say a word. They gathered in silence and walked past Slyn Bakery together, turning into Iron Cross Street's lower street. The hustle and bustle immediately inundated them. The street vendors selling oyster soup, pan-fried fish, ginger beer, and fruits were shouting at the top of their lungs, causing the pedestrians to slow down involuntarily. It was already past 5 o'clock. Many people had returned to Iron Cross Street, and the two sides of the street began to congeal. A number of children were mixed in with the crowd, watching everything coldly as they stared at all the pockets. Klein often came here to buy cheap cooked food. He had even lived in a nearby apartment in the past, so he knew the situation here rather well. Hence he warned, "Be careful of thieves." Leonard smiled and said, "Don't mind them." He pulled up his shirt and adjusted his gun holster, revealing the revolver at his waist. Suddenly, the gazes that were focused on him shifted away. The surrounding pedestrians also subconsciously made way for him. Klein was taken aback as he quickly caught up to Leonard and Fry. He lowered his head to prevent anyone he knew from noticing him. Banson and Melissa still maintained contact with some of their former neighbors. After all, they hadn't moved far enough. After passing through the area filled with street vendors, the three of them entered the true lower street of Iron Cross Street. The passers-by here were all wearing old and tattered clothes. They were vigilant and greedy for the appearance of unfamiliar yet glamorous people. They were like vultures eyeing carrion, ready to attack at any time. However, Leonard's revolver effectively prevented any accidents from happening. Let's start the investigation from last night's death, starting with Mrs. Laubus, who made the matchbox. Leonard flipped through the information and pointed to a place not far away. Unit 134, first floor. As the three of them moved forward, children in tattered clothes who were playing quickly hid by the side of the road. They stared at them with blank, curious, and fearful gazes. "Look at their arms and legs. They're just like matchsticks." Leonard sighed and took the lead to enter Unit 134, which had 3 floors. A mixture of smells immediately entered Klein's nostrils. He could vaguely distinguish the stench of urine, the stench of sweat, the smell of dampness, and the smell of burning coal and wood. He couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his nose. Klein saw Biggie Mountbatten waiting here. The sheriff in charge of the surrounding streets had a brownish-yellow beard and was full of flattery towards Leonard, who had revealed his inspector's identity. "Sir, I've already asked Laubus to wait in the room." Biggie Mountbatten laughed in a slightly shrill and unique voice. He obviously didn't recognize the much more spirited and dignified Klein. He only cared about pleasing the 3 officers and led them into Lovisa's house on the first floor. It was a single-room house with a 2-story bunk bed on the innermost side. On the right was a table with paste, cardboard, and other items on it. In the corner was a basket filled with matchboxes. On the left was a tattered cupboard that stored clothes and cutlery. On both sides of the door were a stove, a toilet bowl, a small amount of coal, wood, and other items. In the middle were 2 dirty mats on the floor. A man was sleeping soundly wrapped in a quilt that had holes in it. It was almost impossible to set foot on it. On the lower bunk bed, a woman lay there. Her skin was cold and gloomy. It was obvious that she had lost all life. Next to the corpse sat a man in his 30s with greasy and messy hair. He looked dispirited, and his eyes had lost all of their spirit. Lauvis, these 3 officers are here to examine the body and ask you some questions. Biggie Mountbatten shouted loudly, not caring that there was still someone sleeping on the floor. The dispirited man lifted his head weakly and asked in surprise, "Didn't we examine and question this morning?" He wore a grayish-blue worker's uniform that had many traces of sewing. "Just answer when I tell you to. Why do you have so many questions?" Biggie Mountbatten reprimanded him harshly. Then he smiled at Leonard, Klein, and Fry. "Sir, that's Lauvis. The one on the bed is his wife, the deceased. According to our preliminary examination, she died of a sudden illness." Klein and the others tiptoed to the side of the bed through the gap between the mat. Fry, who had a high nose, thin lips, and a cold temperament, did not say anything. He only patted Lauvis gently, indicating for him to move so that he could examine the body. Klein glanced at the man sleeping on the floor and asked doubtfully, "Who is this?" "I am a tenant." Lawrence scratched his head and said, "This room costs 3 soldi and 10 pence a week. I'm just a dock worker. My wife only earns 2 1/4 pence for a stack of matchboxes. A stack, more than 130 matchboxes. We have children, so I have no choice but to rent the spare space to others. A bed on the floor only costs 1 soldi a week. I have a tenant who helps with the setup in the theater. He doesn't rest before 10 at night, so I sold the rights to use the floor bed during the day to this gentleman. He's the person who guards the theater's entrance at night. Yes, he only needs to pay 6 pence a week." Listening to the man's long-winded introduction, Klein could not help but glance at the basket at the corner of his eye. One basket of more than 130 boxes only earns 2.25 pence. That's about the price of 2 pounds of rye bread. How many baskets can one make in a day? Note 1. Leonard looked around and asked, "What do you think? Were there any abnormalities in the period before your wife's death?" Lauvis, who had already answered similar questions, pointed to his left chest and said, "Since last week, yes, maybe the week before last, she often said that it was stuffy here and that she couldn't breathe." "Signs of heart disease? A normal death?" Klein interrupted and asked, "Did you see the process of her death?" Lauvis recalled and said, "After the sun set, she stopped working. After the sun went down, she stopped working. Candles and kerosene were much more expensive than matchboxes. She said she was very tired and asked me to talk to the 2 children. She wanted to rest for a while. When I went to see her again, she had already stopped breathing." At this point, Lauvis could no longer conceal his sorrow and pain. Klein and Leonard asked a few more questions, but they were unable to discover any abnormalities. After exchanging glances, Leonard said, "Mr. Lauvis, please wait outside for a few minutes. Mr. Lawrence, please wait outside for a few minutes. We're going to do an in-depth examination of the body. I don't think you'd want to see what happens next." "Oh, okay." Lauvis stood up hurriedly. Biggie Mountbatten walked to the side and kicked the tenant who was sleeping on the floor awake. He chased him out roughly and tactfully closed the door and stood guard outside. "How is it?" Leonard looked at Fry. "She died of heart disease," Fry said with certainty as he retracted his hands. Klein thought for a moment and took out a halfpenny coin, intending to make a quick judgment. "Mrs. Lovisa's heart disease was influenced by supernatural factors? No, this is too narrow, the answer is misleading. Mrs. Lovisa's death was influenced by supernatural factors. That's it." He muttered silently as if he was thinking, and quickly confirmed the divination statement. While reciting, Klein came to the side of Mrs. Lovisa's body. His eyes darkened and he flicked the coin up. The brass coin tumbled down and stopped steadily in his palm. This time, the king's head was facing up. This meant that Mrs. Lovisa's death was influenced by supernatural factors. Chapter 120. Supernatural factors exist. Klein's eyes returned to normal as he turned to look at Leonard and Fry. Leonard suddenly laughed. Very professional. As expected of a seer. You seem to be hinting at something, Klein muttered without making a sound. Fry opened his suitcase and took out a silver knife and other items. He paused for a few seconds and said, "The corpse told me that she had indeed died of a sudden heart disease. Do you have a way to divine the situation in more detail?" Klein nodded seriously. "I can try combining the mediumship ritual and dream divination. Hopefully, I can obtain something from Mrs. Lovisa's remnant spirituality." Fry maintained his cold and reserved state as he took 2 steps back. "Give it a try first." He turned his head to glance at Klein and suddenly sighed in a flat tone, "You're getting more and more used to such situations." "I didn't want to." Klein had the urge to cry. He took out the extract, essential oils, and herbal powders he needed and quickly completed the setup for the mediumship ritual. Standing in the middle of the wall of spirituality, he chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess and made a prayer in Hermes. Soon, wind swirled around him as the light dimmed. Klein, whose eyes were completely black, took the opportunity to repeatedly recite the divination statement. Mrs. Lovisa's cause of death. Mrs. Lovisa's cause of death. He stood and entered the dream. He saw the transparent spirit that lingered around the corpse in a blur. Then, he reached out his illusory right hand and touched Mrs. Lovisa's remnant spirituality. In an instant, light exploded in front of him as scenes flashed past. It was a sallow, emaciated woman, dressed in rags, busily pasting a matchbox. There was her suddenly pausing as she clutched her chest. There was her talking to her 2 children. There was her body swaying slightly as she panted heavily. There was her suddenly being patted by someone when she went to buy black bread. They were the signs that she had heart problems over and over again. There was her feeling very tired and lying in bed, but she never woke up. Klein carefully observed every detail, trying to find traces of supernatural factors. But when everything was over, he still did not obtain enough clear clues. The blurriness and haziness shattered as he exited the dream and returned to reality. He removed the wall of spirituality and said to the waiting Fry and Leonard, who were watching the show, "There's no direct symbolism. Most of the images reveal that Mrs. Lovis had suffered from a heart disease early on. Only one is different. Mrs. Lovis is patted from behind. The hand is white and slender, and it seems to belong to a woman. For such a family, they won't easily go to the doctor unless it's the most serious situation. Even if it's just to line up at the free charity medical organization, they can't afford to lose time. If they don't work one day, they might not have food the next day." Leonard sighed in a sentimental tone like a poet. Fry glanced at the corpse on the bed and let out a soft sigh. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Leonard quickly changed his state and said as though he was thinking, "Do you mean that the supernatural factor existed when Mrs. Lovis was patted, and that it came from the lady with the slender hands?" Klein nodded and answered, "Yes, but this is only my interpretation. Divination is often vague." He and Leonard did not discuss further. They each retreated to the other side of the mattress, allowing Fry to take out the auxiliary instruments and materials from the suitcase without interference for further inspection. They waited for a moment. Fry packed up his things, cleaned them up, and covered them up. The cause of death was a natural heart disease. There is no doubt about that. Upon hearing this conclusion, Leonard paced back and forth a few times and even walked to the door. "Let's stop here first. Let's go to the West Side workhouse to see if we can find other clues and see if the 2 deaths can be connected." "Yes, that's the only way." Klein, who was full of doubts, agreed. Fry carried his suitcase and skipped past 2 mattresses. He didn't step on other people's blanket. Leonard opened the door and walked out first. He said to Lawrence and the renter, "Don't worry. You can go home now." Klein thought for a moment and added, "Don't be in a hurry to bury the body. Let's wait for another day. There might be another thorough inspection." "Oh, all right, officer." Lovis bowed slightly and answered hurriedly, He then said in a half-numb and half-dazed manner, Actually, I don't have the money to bury her at the moment. I have to save for a few more days. Fortunately, the weather has cooled off recently. Klein blurted out in surprise. You plan to leave the body in the room for a few days? Laovis squeezed out a smile. Yes, fortunately. Fortunately, the weather has cooled off recently. We can put the body on the table at night and carry her to bed when it's time to eat. Before he could finish his sentence, Fry suddenly interrupted. I've left the burial fees beside your wife. Then, he left these words behind and ignored Lovi's shocked expression and the gratitude that followed. He walked quickly towards the apartment's door. Klein followed closely behind, pondering a question. If the weather was still as hot as it was in June or July, what would Laovis do with his wife's body? Would he find a dark and windy night and secretly throw the body into the Tussock River or Coe River? Or would he find a random place to dig a hole and bury it? Klein knew that burials in cemeteries was a law that the 7 major churches and the royal families of the various countries had specially formulated more than 1,000 years ago, towards the end of the previous epoch, in order to reduce and eliminate water ghosts, zombies, and vengeful spirits. The specific implementation method was that the various countries would provide free land, and the various churches would be responsible for guarding or patrolling. They would only charge a small fee during the cremation and burial process to pay for the necessary labor. But even so, the real poor couldn't afford it. After leaving Iron Cross Street's 134, Lower Street, the 3 Nighthawks separated from Biggie Mountbatten and silently turned towards the West Borough Workhouse on a nearby street. Just as they approached, Klein saw a long queue coming towards them. It was the same situation as when people from foodie countries queued up for internet celebrities on Earth. There were people squeezing against each other. There are more than 100, no, close to 200 people, he muttered in surprise. He saw that the people in the queue were dressed in tattered clothes and had numb expressions. Occasionally, they would look anxiously at the entrance of the workhouse. Fry slowed down his footsteps and said with a cold and gloomy tone, They can only be selected according to the order in which they line up. Of course, the workhouse will do a verification to prevent people who don't meet the requirements from entering. This is also due to the recent economic downturn. Leonard sighed. Those who don't get a spot can only find their own way? Klein asked subconsciously. They can also try their luck at other workhouses. Different workhouses open at different times, but there will always be a queue of the same length. Some people are already waiting at 2 in the afternoon. Fry paused and said, The rest will most likely starve for a day. This way, they will also lose the ability to find a job and fall into a vicious cycle of death. Those who can't take it will give up their persistence in kindness. Klein was silent for a few seconds before exhaling. The newspapers never publish such things. Mr. Fry, it's rare to hear you speak so much. I was once a priest in the goddess's workhouse. Fry was still in his cold state. The well-dressed trio successfully arrived at the entrance of the West Borough Workhouse. They showed their identification to the gatekeeper, who was arrogantly sizing up the people in the queue, and were ushered into the workhouse. The workhouse was remodeled from an old cathedral. The mass hall was covered with mats and hanging hammocks. The thick smell of sweat mixed with the stench of feet filled every corner. There were many homeless poor people inside and outside the hall. Some of them were swinging hammers and smashing rocks, while others were picking up thin cotton from old rope. Not a single person was idle. To prevent the poor from relying on charity and becoming scoundrels, the Poor Law of 1336 stipulates that every poor person can only stay in the workhouse for a maximum of 5 days. If they exceed the limit, they will be chased out. During these 5 days, they also have to work, such as breaking rocks or carrying cotton. This is also a necessary task for criminals in prison. Fry explained to Klein and Leonard emotionlessly. Leonard opened his mouth, but in the end, he said sarcastically, After leaving this workhouse, they can still go to another one. Of course, they might not be able to stay there again. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, the poor are equivalent to criminals. Carrying cotton? Klein was silent for a moment, not knowing what to ask. The fibers in old ropes are a good material to fill in the cracks of ship. Fry stopped in his tracks and found the traces of the blackened ground. They waited for a few minutes before the director of the workhouse and the priest rushed over. They were both men in their 40s. Saul set the fire here, but he only burned himself to death? Leonard pointed at the marks on the ground. The director of the workhouse was a man with a wide and slightly protruding forehead. He swept his blue eyes in the direction that Inspector Mitchell was pointing at and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Did Saul show any unusual behavior before this? Klein added. The workhouse director thought for a moment. According to the people who slept next to him, souls kept saying things like, "God has abandoned me," "This world is too filthy," "I have nothing left," and so on. He was full of resentment and despair. However, no one expected that he would break all the kerosene lamps and set the place on fire while everyone was asleep. Thank God, someone discovered and stopped him in time. Klein and Leonard looked for the few poor people who slept next to Solus last night, as well as the guards who stopped the massacre, but they only got the same answer as what was written in the information. Of course, they secretly used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to confirm if the other party was lying. It seems like Saul's had thoughts of revenge and self-destruction a long time ago. It seems like a very normal case. Leonard let the director and the priest leave and expressed his opinion first. Klein deliberated and said, "That's right. Let's temporarily rule out Saul's arson," Leonard concluded. At that moment, Fry suddenly said, "My divination also tells me that this case isn't influenced by beyonder factors." Just then, Fry suddenly said, "No, there might be other possibilities. For example, Saul's was instigated by someone else. That person is a beyonder, but he didn't use any beyonder means." Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately echoed, "It's possible. For example, the instigator from before. Instigator Triss." Chapter 121. Hearing Klein and Fry's guesses, Leonard tugged at his collar and paced back and forth. "Then we'll have to investigate everyone Saul's came into contact with in the workhouse, as well as everyone he met after he was chased out of his house. This is very troublesome. Let's make the best use of our time and do a separate investigation here. Then, we'll head straight for the third death in Westboro and hand the rest over to the police." "All right," Klein replied without hesitation. Fry had no objections either. He turned and walked towards the few poor people who had slept near Saul's the night before. Klein was about to look for another target when he saw Leonard giving him a look and pointing his chin towards the side hall of the workhouse. What does that mean? He was confused and pretended that nothing had happened. He walked half around the mass hall and followed Leonard into the side hall when Fry wasn't paying attention. They passed through a partition and arrived at a secluded corner. "I have a guess," Leonard said suddenly as he stopped in front of the shattered window. Klein looked around in confusion and asked, "What guess?" Leonard's green eyes were deep as he asked in return, "If it weren't for the influence of extraordinary factors, what do you think would have happened to Mrs. Lauvis?" Klein thought for a moment and said with a heavy heart, "It would have been the same outcome, but it would have been delayed by a week, 2 weeks, or even a month. For a family like theirs, they wouldn't have gone to a doctor unless they couldn't take it anymore. As long as the heart condition worsens, death could come at any time, and there would be no way to save them." "What about Saul's? If he wasn't instigated, what would have happened to him?" Leonard asked again. Klein said after some deliberation, "From the information, Saul's had long been resentful about the bankruptcy and was extremely resentful that he wasn't saved. I think he would have taken revenge sooner or later, but it wouldn't have been against those who were saved. It would have been against the boss of the company that caused his bankruptcy and the bank staff that took away his house." "What would have happened after he took his revenge?" Leonard asked. Without a doubt, he had already decided to end his life. He would have died regardless of whether his revenge was successful or not, Klein answered with certainty. Leonard nodded slightly and revealed his trademark frivolous smile. Then can I say that both Mrs. Lauvis and Sauls are destined to die soon? Klein was a knowledgeable keyboard warrior. After hearing this question, he immediately had a guess. Are you saying that their deaths were brought forward by supernatural factors? Why is that? A more accurate description is that the life they should have has been artificially shortened by beyonder factors and stolen away. And life has always been the best material for summoning evil gods and devils to carry out terrifying curses. The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he corrected Klein's guess. Summoning evil gods and demons to carry out terrifying curses. Klein stared into Roland's green eyes and said, half doubtfully and half speculating, "You seem to be very sure? But we only have 2 samples for the investigation." Leonard smiled cynically and said, "Klein, there's no need to pretend between us. I've seen you escape the control of sealed artifact 2-049, so I know how special you are. You should also be able to vaguely sense that I'm different from ordinary Beyonders." He retracted his smile and looked into Klein's eyes. "I once told you that there are many special people in this world who can always do things that others can't. For example, you, and for example, me. This world has a long history. There are all kinds of mystical items, and there will always be people who obtain them, master them, and become the main characters of different dramas. There won't be many such people, but there definitely won't be only 1 or 2. I don't think that Beyonders with secrets are necessarily bad guys or villains. I don't think it's necessary to figure out the source of their uniqueness or why it manifests itself. As long as your actions don't endanger me, the Nighthawks, or the entire Tingen City, then you are still my teammate. Similarly, I hope that you will treat me with the same attitude. Of course, it's best not to tell the higher-ups about this. They are all conservative and inflexible. They always believe that special people like us will definitely lose control and fall under the temptation of evil gods and demons. But I'm afraid I have more secrets than you can imagine." Klein muttered to himself and said frankly, "That's indeed my attitude. I only look at your actions and goals. I don't care about your uniqueness, and I don't try to pry into your secret." After saying that, he added in his heart, "No, actually, I do care about it and am rather curious, but I can only forcefully endure it." Does Leonard think he's the main character of a drama? What fortuitous encounter did he have, and what kind of mystical item does he have? Leonard unbuttoned his shirt and nodded with a smile. "I'm glad that we have come to a consensus. In those adventure novels, this is called the meeting of the 2 main characters, and the wheels of history begin to roll forward." Shameless. Klein gave a perfunctory smile. He knew very well that the phrase, "the wheels of history begin to roll forward," came from Roselle the Great. At this moment, Leonard paced around twice. His green eyes were bright, and the corners of his lips curled up. "All right, I'll be frank. I'm quite confident that the main characters of these deaths should have died within the next 3 months, but someone used various means to bring it forward to the last 2 weeks. And the other party's goal is to summon an evil god, devil, or carry out a terrifying, large-scale curse. It's easy to cover up the deaths of people who show signs of death. It won't quickly attract the attention of the police department, and it won't be destroyed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind during the preparatory stages." Klein muttered to himself, analyzing the thoughts of the person behind the scenes. Yes, if a healthy, normal person suddenly dies for no apparent reason, as long as it happens more than 3 times, it will definitely be noticed and will be subject to routine investigations. Then how do we find the altar to hold the ritual? Be it summoning an evil god, devil, or creating a terrifying curse, they all require an altar and a ritual. And the lives that are harvested in advance also need a similar place to store them. Klein believed him for the time being. After all, he hadn't found any other clues, so he couldn't make any other conclusions. What's the harm in trying? Leonard chuckled and said, Klein, isn't this your area of expertise? Can't you imagine what the surroundings of an altar for a ritual would be like? Without waiting for Klein to answer, he described, the aura of death is thick. With the altar as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, there won't be any living creatures other than the host of the ritual. The surrounding temperature is at least 5 degrees Celsius lower than normal, and there's a constant gust of cold wind. The altar is sealed by a wall of spirituality, and the lives of Mrs. Lauweiss and the others that were taken. At this point, he looked at Klein and teased. I believe you can divine the approximate location of the altar with these characteristics. Klein frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, as long as it doesn't exceed Tingen City. In addition, I need an absolutely quiet environment where no one can disturb me, such as my house. Yes, I also need Mrs. Lauweiss and the others' belongings. At the same time, he had some misgivings. He felt that Leonard knew too much about black magic and black witchcraft. No problem. Leonard laughed and suddenly took a step forward. He walked past Klein and headed for the mass hall without another word. This guy sure has a unique way of doing things. Klein lampooned and followed him back the way they came. When he found Fry, who was seriously questioning and taking notes, Leonard said with a solemn expression, I have a guess. I have a guess, and I plan on letting Klein give it a try. What guess? Fry asked coldly. I'll let you know when there's a result. I don't want to be the laughing stock of Roshan and the rest. Leonard found a random excuse to gloss over the matter. Fry didn't ask any further. He followed Klein's instructions and borrowed Souls and Mrs. Lauweiss' belongings from the nearby police station before meeting up with his teammates at Klein's house. Wait in the living room. Don't let anyone disturb me. Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it to take a look. It was almost 6, and Melissa could return at any time. You can trust us. Leonard paced around the small living room with his hands in his pockets. Fry sat quietly on the sofa. Is this guy an ADHD patient? Klein curled his lips and returned to the bedroom on the second floor. He locked the wooden door and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Following that, he set up the altar and prayed to the goddess to eliminate any interference. Then, Klein wrote the corresponding divination statement on a piece of paper. The location of the altar. He gave a very broad limit to prevent any mistake. With the piece of paper and the belongings of the deceased, Klein lay on the bed and recalled the scene described by Leonard. Then, he recited the divination statement 7 times. He didn't attempt to use the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog. Firstly, the strange and mysterious Leonard was downstairs. No one knew if he would notice anything amiss. Secondly, he was a seer who was about to finish digesting his potion. With the help of the ritual, it should be enough. If there were no results, Klein would consider finding another opportunity to go above the gray fog. After all, summoning an evil god or devil could threaten Banson, Melissa, and himself. With the help of cogitation, he quickly entered a dream and saw blurry, illusory, and fragmented scenes. Soon, a scene appeared before his eyes. It was a 2-story grayish-blue house bathed in the glow of dusk. The windows on the first floor were tightly shut, and the dark-colored curtains didn't reveal any gap. However, they occasionally expanded and contracted. The soil near the house was dark brown. Not a single blade of grass or flower grew there. The surrounding garden seemed to be shrouded in shadows, dilapidated and dark. Not far from this house, there was a river flowing quietly. After a while, Klein, who didn't see any more scenes, exited the dream. Leonard's guess was right. Where could that house be? There are too many places in Tingen with rivers. For example, the southwest of the West Borough, the dock area, the University District. He opened his eyes and rubbed his sun acupoint. He was in deep thought with a serious expression. Chapter 122. 2 Daffodil Street, in the living room that was dyed with the colors of dusk. With his back facing the oriel window, Klein said to Fry and Leonard, "I saw a grayish-blue 2-story house in my dream. All the windows on the first floor were tightly shut, and the curtains were drawn. The soil within a few meters of it was black and brown. There was not a single blade of grass or flower growing there. It also had a dilapidated and dark garden, just like the kind commonly seen in ghost stories. The only thing that can identify its location is a river not far from it, a rather wide river. This could be the Tussock River or it could be the Coe River. I can only rely on the method of investigation to find it. I hope I can make it in time." The Tussock River was the largest river in the Kingdom of Rouen. It originated from the minor Minsk Mountains in the northwest and flowed southeast, passing through Mid-Seashire, Awa, and other places. It passed through the capital, Bakeland, and entered the sea near Pritz Harbor. It intersected with Tingen at the southwest corner of the West Borough and the dock area south of the South Borough. The Coe River originated from Mount York in the north and flowed through the University District on the outskirts of the East Borough before flowing into the Tussock River. These were the 2 main rivers around Tingen. The others could only be called small streams and did not have wide water surfaces. After listening to Klein's explanation, the pale-skinned Fry nodded slightly, agreeing with Klein's opinion. In the absence of other clues, investigation was the only effective method. At this moment, Leonard said with a smile, "Maybe we can narrow down the target's location." "How do I shrink it?" Klein asked with a frown as he held the silver vine-patterned pocket watch. Leonard chuckled. "For this kind of criminal with a plan and purpose, the first target they choose will definitely be far away from the area where the altar is. This is because of the instinct to pursue safety. When there aren't many dying ones left in other areas, the difficulty of finding them increases. Only then will he consider the area nearby. Therefore, we should look through the information again and filter out the areas where the number of deaths was at a normal level at the beginning and has been increasing rapidly in the past few days." Klein's eyes lit up. Excellent reasoning. At the same time, he lamented in his heart, "I really don't have the talent to be a detective." Fry nodded, picked up the documents on the coffee table, and started reading again. A few minutes later, he said in a deep voice, "There is indeed such an area, and there is only one." "Which district?" Klein blurted out. Fry passed the thick stack of documents to Leonard beside him and pursed his thin lip. "Western District. Is this the West District?" Klein clenched his fists and immediately suggested, "Then let's check the southwest corner of the Western District first. That area isn't that big." "I agree." Leonard waved the information in his hand and agreed very easily, as if he wasn't the one who suggested narrowing down the scope. The light 2-wheeled carriage slowly moved along the slightly muddy and dirty road. Not far away, there was a wide river dyed with the afterglow of the setting sun. Klein and Fry looked out from the windows on both sides, inspecting the houses one after another. They focused on the grayish-blue color, which meant that the garden was in ruins. If they could see it, they would pay attention to whether all the curtains on the first floor were drawn. Leonard sat leisurely in his original spot, leaning against the wall of the carriage as he hummed a local tune. As the dark scenery flashed by, Klein suddenly caught sight of a grayish-blue 2-story building from the corner of his eye. In front of the building, there was a garden that gave off a gloomy and dilapidated feeling. "Found it," Klein said with a suppressed voice. Before he could finish his sentence, Fry and Leonard squeezed over at the same time and looked into the distance. They were so fast that there was no gap between them. As the carriage approached the building, the scene of the first floor with the dark curtains drawn appeared before the eyes of the 3 Nighthawks. There was no need for divination to confirm it. Klein was certain that this was the building he saw in his dream. This was where the evil altar was. Be it him, Leonard or Fry, none of them stopped the carriage immediately. They allowed the carriage driver to continue moving forward. They passed by the target and left the target as if they were just passing by. When they could no longer see the building, Leonard shouted for the carriage driver to stop. "Klein, take this carriage back to Zutland Street. Take Captain's place to help." Leonard snapped his fingers and said to his teammate with a smile, "Does he think that I'm a rookie and shouldn't be involved in such a dangerous matter? This guy isn't bad." Klein was taken aback for a moment before he understood what Leonard meant. Fry nodded in agreement. "You've just started fighting and you're in a supporting profession. I know. Besides, a person who can cause so many deaths to hold a ritual is definitely not easy to deal with. Only Captain can make things less scary." Klein took a deep breath and agreed rationally. Then, he looked at Leonard, then at Fry and squeezed out a smile. He forced a smile and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, I treasure my life. Before Captain arrives, we will only monitor and not approach." Leonard chuckled. Fry didn't say a word. He only lifted his suitcase. Klein was silent for a few seconds before he took out a copper penny. "I'll do a divination for you," he silently said. "Things will end well here." As his eyes darkened, he flicked the coin up. Clang! The coin flipped up and rolled down, landing firmly on Klein's palm. Klein opened his eyes and saw that it was the king's portrait facing up. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "This is just a vague symbol. There are other interpretations. The most important thing is always to be careful and prudent," he said to Fry and Leonard in the manner of a seer. Leonard had already turned around. When he heard that, he waved his hand as he jumped out of the carriage. "You're as naggy as my 80-year-old grandmother," Fry nodded solemnly as he carried his suitcase down. As he watched his two teammates head towards the target building, Klein touched the revolver in his holster and said to the carriage driver, "Zutland Street." The carriage driver, who was hired on time, had no objections. The coachman, who was hired on time, had no objections. He let the horses move again. 36 Zutland Street. When Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, Roshan, Mrs. Oriana, and the rest had already knocked off. The place was abnormally quiet and dark. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat, sat on the sofa in the reception area. He didn't light up the gas lamp, as though he had blended into the dark area. "Found a clue?" he asked in a deep voice, giving Klein, who was looking for the captain, a fright. Klein quickly turned around and looked into Dunn's gray eyes. "Yes, he quickly recounted Leonard's bold guess, his own divination confirmation, and the on-site investigation that followed. As for Leonard's confidence and the uniqueness he described, they were naturally unimportant." Dunn would interrupt from time to time. When he was done, he stood up abruptly and walked towards the door. "I almost forgot. Stay here to prevent any accidents," he exhorted as he was about to go downstairs. "All right." Klein nodded solemnly. At that moment, other than Kenley, who was on duty at Cheney's gate, the other Nighthawks were busy outside. Dunn Smith walked down a few flights of stairs and suddenly stopped. As he put on his hat, he said to Klein, "Lock the door and follow me over." I'm not asking you to participate in the battle. Firstly, it's to get a feel of the atmosphere. Secondly, we might need the help of ritualistic magic during the final search and inspection. Remember, before everything is over, you have to stay at least 50 meters away from us, and you must not approach that building." Klein was taken aback for a moment before he nodded vigorously. "All right." The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the surging Tussock River was deep and dark. Dark clouds covered the crimson moon, making the two-story grayish-blue building look like a monster hiding in the shadows. The garden in front of the building was extremely quiet. There wasn't a single sound, as though there were no insects or life. Klein looked at the scene from afar, his palms sweating and his body trembling. He felt that there were countless terrifying things hiding there, waiting for a bloody feast. Under his gaze, Dunn, Leonard, and Fry, who had almost melted into the darkness, carefully approached the target building. In an unlit bedroom on the second floor of the grayish-blue building, A gentle and sweet young lady with a round face was sitting in front of a dressing table. Under the dim starlight, she was studying complicated skin care. Beside her right hand was a silver mirror. Its surface was so rough that it couldn't reflect a person's figure. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. The gentle and sweet Trissie's expression immediately sank. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside in silence. Chapter 123. Outside the glass window, the garden was overgrown with vines. It was dilapidated and gloomy. The river flowed darkly, reflecting the starlight. The houses nearby emitted a warm and cozy glow. Everything was extremely quiet, as if they were welcoming the arrival of night. Trissie, whose facial features weren't considered exquisite, but when put together, they were abnormally beautiful. She retracted her gaze and quickly walked to the clothes rack. She took down a hooded black robe. She quickly put on the robe, buttoned it up, tightened her belt, and flipped over the hood, turning herself into an assassin. Trissie raised her right hand and wiped it across her face. Immediately, her face under the hood turned hazy and blurry. Following that, she reached into a secret pocket at her waist and took out a glowing powder. She sprinkled it on herself while chanting an incantation. Trissie's figure began to disappear inch by inch. Her silhouette was like a pencil drawing that was completely erased by an eraser. After completing her invisibility, she silently left the bedroom and went to the opposite room. She pushed open the unprotected window. With a light leap, Trissie stood on the windowsill and looked down at the lawn behind the building. She looked down at the iron fence that had almost blended into the night. She looked down at Corpse Collector Fry, who was silently climbing over the fence. She took a deep breath and dropped down like a feather, landing on the lawn without a sound. Fry, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a custom-made revolver, looked around cautiously, searching for any vengeful spirits or evil spirits that might appear. He could see these things directly. Trissie approached Fry silently and circled behind him. At some point in time, a dagger that was painted black appeared in her hand. Poof! She moved as fast as the wind, stabbing the dagger into Fry's lower back. But at this moment, the scene in front of her suddenly shattered, shattering like an illusion. Trissie realized that she was still standing on the windowsill. She was still looking down at the lawn and the iron fence. But outside the fence, it wasn't just Corpse Collector Fry. There was also Leonard Mitchell, who was aiming at the windowsill. There was also Dunn Smith, who had his eyes closed and was pressing down on his glabella. There seemed to be invisible ripples spreading around the captain of the Nighthawks. Trissie's pupils constricted. She knew that it was just a dream. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep. Bang! 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 Leonard and Fry fired a total of 3 shots, accurately hitting the invisible target who seemed to be still in a dream. Crack! The outline of Trissie's figure appeared. She first cracked before turning into fragments that resembled the coarse surface of a silver mirror. Inside the house, she turned around and scurried along the corridor and stairs until she reached the first floor. Woo! In this level, the cold wind that could freeze people blew endlessly. Invisible, transparent figures wandered around in every place in a dazed and numb manner. Having lost her invisibility, Trissie's body temperature dropped a little every time she passed through a ghost-like existence. When she finally reached the altar, she couldn't help but shiver. The altar was a round table, and in the center was a statue of a god carved from white bones. This statue was about the size of a normal adult male's head, and its eyebrows and eyes could only be vaguely seen. It seemed to be a beautiful woman. Her hair extended from her head all the way to her ankles. Each strand was clear and thick, like a venomous snake with tentacles. At the top of each strand of hair there was an eye. It was either closed or open, densely packed together. Around this evil statue were many puppets. The puppets were crudely made, with names and corresponding information written on them. For example, Joyce Mayer. There were 3 candles on the round table, flickering in the cold and gloomy wind with a hint of greenish-yellow flames. Trissy bowed to the statue and quickly recited an incantation. Then, she pushed the puppets away, extinguished the candles, and picked up the statue. Woo! The wind howled shrilly, causing the tightly shut windows to shake violently. Clang! Crack! Glass shattered one after another, and the cold and lifeless wind blew in all directions. Fry, who had just circled to the other side and didn't dare to recklessly barge into the altar, shivered. He felt his blood turn cold and frost form. He felt his movements slow down. At that moment, he felt his ankle tighten, as though something invisible had gripped it tightly. An even colder feeling spread from the point of contact. If it were any other sequence 9 beyonder, they would definitely be numb and stiff. But as a corpse collector, Fry was no stranger to such a state. He turned the revolver and pulled the trigger at the side of his ankle, as though he could see who his enemy was and where he was. Bang! A silver demon hunting bullet flew into the wind, and in return, a mournful wail was heard. The invisible shadow dissipated, and Fry regained his ability to move freely. On the other side, Dunn Smith, who had wanted to climb to the second floor to avoid the altar, was similarly frozen by the expanding cold wind. He stopped outside the broken window. Woo! The dark-colored curtain behind the window suddenly rose, enveloping Dunn like a monster opening its mouth to devour its prey. Dunn's head was immediately wrapped by the curtain that seemed to have gained life. It became tighter and tighter, outlining his mouth and nose. Just as he was about to suffocate, Dunn stomped his feet, straightened his knees, twisted his waist, and tore the curtain apart with brute force. He used his left hand to grab a corner of the curtain that was wrapped around his head, pulled it down, and threw it to the ground. Bang! He raised his hand and fired, shooting at the curtain that was still trying to envelop him. The curtain instantly stopped moving, and a dark red color quickly seeped out. Woo! On the lawn, Leonard Mitchell, who was reciting a poem, was also struck by the cold wind that contained a strong aura of death. His teeth chattered, and he couldn't make a sound for a moment. At that moment, the messy vines suddenly spread out and wrapped around his ankle. A black shadow came crashing over with the help of the strong wind. The slightly stiff Leonard didn't have time to fire. All he could do was hurriedly pull his shoulder and raise his arm. Poof! The black shadow smashed into his forearm, causing its spikes to stab into his skin. It was only a delicate, scarlet flower from who knows where. Leonard flung the flower that was stained with his blood to the side in pain. Bang! He fired at the vines that were wrapping around him, causing dark red juice to spurt out. Thud! 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 Leonard took a step forward and rushed towards the altar on the first floor, towards the shattered window. The vines suddenly retracted from where he was standing, as if they were avoiding something invisible. Trissy used the chaos caused by the destruction of the altar and the disruption of the ritual to complete her invisibility once again. She successfully evaded the spirit vision and escaped the encirclement, arriving behind the 3 Nighthawks. She extended her right hand, and immediately, a cold wind blew past, carrying the flower that was stained with Leonard's blood into her palm. Trissy didn't stay any longer. With the flower in hand, she nimbly climbed over the metal fence and fled towards the Tussock River. At that moment, Leonard, who was just about to enter the first floor, suddenly turned his head, as if he was listening to something. His expression changed as he hurriedly pulled up his sleeves and looked at the wound that had been caused by the flower. With his physique, the wound had already stopped bleeding. It was only slightly red and swollen. Leonard's expression sank as he suddenly pinched his left index finger and pulled out his fingernail. His face immediately contorted in pain, but he didn't stop moving. As he chanted, he used his fingernail to cut open the clotted wound, staining it with dark red blood. Then, he pulled out a few strands of hair and wrapped them around the fingernail. By the Tussock River, Trissy slowed down and cast her gaze at the flower in her hand. She muttered something, and a black, illusory flame suddenly appeared in her palm. The flames engulfed the flower and burned it to ashes. After doing all of this, Trissy stepped into the river and sank into the water. At the same time, Leonard threw out the blood-stained fingernail that was wrapped around his hair. He watched it land in a corner and burn in midair, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. The fingernail, along with the hair, quickly disappeared, leaving behind only a speck of dust. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and flipped into the first floor through the window. He said to Dunn and Fry, who were destroying the altar, "The target has escaped. The target has escaped. Fortunately, our main goal has always been to stop the ritual." Dunn sighed and looked at the puppets on the round table. "She's very vigilant and very powerful. She sensed our approach ahead of time. Otherwise, she's at least a sequence 7 beyonder. Give Klein a signal and get him to come over. Give Klein a signal and get him to come over." Through the brief contact in the dream, he determined that the enemy was a woman. Chapter 124. Klein, who was hiding in the shadows of a building dozens of meters away, kept looking at the target building in the darkness. He could vaguely hear a strong gust of wind and clearly discern the sounds of gunshot. If the enemy were to flee in my direction, should I pull out my gun and pretend not to see it? His body trembled slightly as sweat seeped out of his palms. A beyonder who could use all sorts of means to shorten the life of a dying person was definitely not a sequence 9 or 8 beyonder. It wasn't something a seer like him could face head-on. Even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to delay the other party and create a chance for Dunn and Leonard to catch up. Fortunately, the Evernight goddess who wielded misfortune seemed to have heard the prayers of her loyal guards. No one ran towards where Klein was hiding. After a few minutes, he heard fluttering singing coming from the target building. Tilting his ear and listening carefully, Klein confirmed that it was a folk tune that Leonard Mitchell often hummed. It was filled with vulgar phrases. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, he walked out of the shadows and approached the target building. This folk tune was the rendezvous signal that he had agreed upon with Dunn and the others. Just as he took 2 steps, Klein suddenly stopped. He leaned his cane against the metal fence beside him and switched the revolver to his other hand. Then, he removed the silver chain from his sleeve and let the topaz fall naturally. After switching positions with the revolver and spirit pendulum, Klein waited for the topaz to stabilize before he half closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation. He then recited a divination statement. The singing just now was an illusion. The singing just now was an illusion. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendulum spinning counterclockwise. It's not an illusion. Klein's heart returned to its original position. He put away the spirit pendulum, picked up his cane, and quickly approached the arched metal fence of the target building. Then, he handed the silver-inlaid black cane to his right hand and held it together with the revolver. Just as he reached out to touch the railing and tried to push it open, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if someone had stuffed a block of ice into his neck without any mental preparation. Klein retracted his hand and grimaced in pain. It's just like winter here. He looked at the garden behind the iron fence with the faint starlight and the distant streetlights. He saw that the branches were withered, the flowers were withered, and many leaves were stained with white frost on the dark brown soil. Amazing! Klein sighed inwardly as he tapped his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. With his left hand, he retrieved his black wooden staff, inlaid with silver, and used it to push open the unlatched door. With a creaking sound, he turned sideways and stepped onto the stone path that led straight to the grayish-blue building. On both sides of the path were plants that looked like ghosts. Such a scene reminded Klein of all kinds of ghost stories and supernatural movies. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing and quickened his pace. However, he had only walked a few meters when someone suddenly patted his left shoulder. Thump! Thump! Klein's heart skipped a beat before it started beating violently. He raised his right hand and aimed the revolver in that direction. Then, he slowly turned around and looked over. In the faint light, he saw a tree branch swaying and nearly falling. You call this scaring yourself? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waved his staff and smacked the tree branch down. He continued forward as he heard faint sobbing and wailing. Transparent, blurry, and nearly formless shadows were reflected in his eyes. These shadows sensed the aura of a living person and the warmth of flesh and blood as they surged over. Shocked, Klein immediately ran and dashed through the grayish-blue building's front door. Is this what Captain meant by feeling the atmosphere? It's indeed much scarier than when I helped Sir Deweyville. Vengeance is clearly more rigid than a shadow. It's not aggressive. As he thought about it, he walked to the altar in the middle of the living room. It was a round table filled with crudely made puppets. In addition, there were 3 extinguished candles. Dunn Smith was standing in front of the altar with his back facing Klein. He picked up the puppets one by one and looked at them. Corpse Collector Fry silently observed the floating shadows. He tried to reach out to comfort them, but he could only pass through them helplessly. The shadows didn't attack him either, as though they treated him as one of their own. When Leonard Mitchell saw Klein arrive, his tone changed. His voice became deep and magnetic. This is a tranquil morning. It suits the even more tranquil sorrow. Only through the withered autumn leaves. The sound of chestnuts gently falling to the ground. Amidst the slow and gentle recitation of the poem, Klein seemed to see the surface of a lake that was illuminated by the clear moonlight. He saw the crimson moon that hung silently in the sky. The shadows calmed down. They no longer chased after the aura of the living and the warmth of flesh and blood. Dunn put down the puppet in his hand and turned around. He said to Klein, "This is a terrifying curse ritual. It's a terrible curse ritual. Fortunately, we've already disrupted it. Set up the ritual first to appease the remnant spirituality. Then, try to communicate with them and see if you can get any clues from them." Realizing that he was no longer a burden, Klein immediately puffed out his chest and looked up. "Yes, Captain." He took 2 to 3 steps to the altar and swept the puppets off the round table. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that each puppet had a different name and corresponding information. "Captain, did you find anyone you know?" Klein asked casually. After asking, he looked at Dunn, and Dunn looked at him. Both parties fell into silence. "I'm so stupid. Why would I ask a question that tests Captain's memory?" Klein nearly covered his face and sighed. If it were any other leader, they would definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me. Thankfully, Captain will forget about this matter. I really don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, he thought, half rejoicing and half joking. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Dunn seemed to finally distinguish between reality and dream. He said, "That's right. There's someone you know." "Who is it?" Klein stopped his act of rearranging the candles. "Joyce Meyer, a survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy," Dunn answered succinctly. "Joyce Meyer? Anna's fiancée." Klein suddenly thought of souls in the workhouse, who seemed to have been instigated and induced by someone. That was why he broke out in advance and attempted to set the fire. He withdrew his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Instigator-trice?" He used the shortened lives of those who were about to die as a sacrifice in an attempt to curse all the survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy? Because he doesn't know who discovered the problem and reported it to the police. And if Terry were to directly take revenge, it's unlikely that he'll be able to kill all the targets scattered in different places in one go. At most, after 2 or 3 cases, he'll be noticed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind, and he'll lose the opportunity to continue committing crimes. Klein could almost imagine why the other party would make such a choice. Dunn nodded before shaking his head. Not all the survivors, but all the survivors in Tingen City. His cursed ritual can only affect the people within this range. In addition, the person presiding over the ritual is a woman, not Terry. Klein frowned slightly. Perhaps it's a powerhouse sent by the Theosophy Order to help Terry? Yes, the Theosophy Order's origins might be related to the Demonist sect. It's normal for the powerhouse to be a woman. Dunn smiled and said in a mellow voice, I agree with your judgment. Although there's only that woman here and not Terry, we can make the necessary guesses. For example, they don't live together, or Terry is out searching for someone who's about to die. Klein didn't say anything else. He placed the 3 candles, took out the full moon essence oil, crimson sandalwood, and other materials, and quickly set up the altar. Using the silver dagger to create a sealed wall, he began praying to the Evernight goddess, the mistress of repose and silence, completely appeasing the spirits inside and outside the house. Unfortunately, during the subsequent spirit channeling segment, Klein only saw a few images of the remnant spirituality when they were alive. He didn't obtain any useful clues. After letting these spirits truly rest in peace at night, he ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. He shook his head at Dunn, Leonard, and Fry. This place was severely damaged by the backlash of the ritual being interrupted. We've lost the remnant image of the owner. Dunn wasn't surprised as he pointed at the stairs. He pointed at the stairs and said, Then let's go to the 2nd floor and try again. Yes. Klein, Leonard, and the others immediately expressed their agreement. The 3 Nighthawks followed the stairs all the way to the 2nd floor and split up to search each room. Finally, they met in a bedroom with a faint fragrance floating in the air. They saw the messy pile of dresses and boxes that had not been closed yet. Are these cosmetics? Dunn asked casually as he picked up a box from the dressing table and sniffed it. To be precise, they're skin care product. Ever since Roselle the Great, they're no longer referred to as such. Leonard smiled and corrected him. Captain, as a gentleman, you still need to know the necessary common sense. Klein didn't join their discussion. Instead, he cast his gaze at the mirror on the dressing table. There were obvious cracks on the mirror, and some fragments fell onto the carpet. That Beyonder was in a hurry, so he didn't destroy it thoroughly enough. He suddenly said in a deep voice, Perhaps we can give it a try. I'll leave it to you, Dunn replied confidently. Klein quickly brought candles up from the 1st floor and lit them in front of the broken mirror. Under the flickering candlelight, he took out the full moon essence oil and other items to create a wall of spirituality. After doing all of this, Klein stood in front of the mirror that was illuminated by the 3 candles and chanted in Hermes. That's right. He chanted in Hermes, I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for this mirror to be temporarily restored. I pray for it to show everyone that has been reflected on in the past month. As the incantation was recited, a strong whirlwind suddenly blew within the wall of spirituality. The broken pieces of the mirror were rolled up and placed back in their original positions. The cracked mirror emitted a dark luster. As Klein caressed it with his hand, a figure was immediately reflected, but it wasn't Klein who was in front of it. It was a young lady with a rather round face, gentle and sweet. Perhaps it was because the mirror had been damaged, or perhaps it was because the backlash from the interruption of the ritual had similarly affected the 2nd floor, but her facial features were rather blurry, making it impossible to see her exact appearance. But even so, Klein still found her strangely familiar. Chapter 125. Faced with a baffling sense of familiarity, other Sequence 9 Beyonders might try their best to recall it, or they might ignore it and forget it. However, a seer was different. Klein ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. He found a piece of paper and wrote the divination statement, the source of the sense of familiarity. Following that, he sat by the bed in his bedroom and recited the statement while holding the piece of paper. After reading it 7 times, his eyes darkened. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep slumber and conversed with his spirituality. In the blurry and distorted world, Klein saw a carriage and a young lady in a grayish-white dress. The lady had soft black hair and a round face. She had a gentle and sweet temperament, but her body was trembling abnormally. The scene flickered, and Klein saw the young and beautiful lady again. She was in the underground market, squatting as she conversed with someone in a rude manner. The dream quickly faded, and when Klein woke up, he understood why he found the image in the mirror familiar. He had seen her in real life. The first time I met her was at Daffodil Street, which is in the vicinity of Iron Cross Street, and that night, Captain and the others were pursuing instigator Triss at Iron Cross Street. There does seem to be a connection between the two. Klein pondered for dozens of seconds before setting up a ritual and praying to the goddess to depict the image of the enemy in his mind. Dunn and the others waited quietly without interrupting. Only then did they come over and examine the portrait. "You've seen her before?" Dunn asked. Klein nodded slightly and answered simply, "Yes. On the night you were pursuing the instigator, I met her at the public carriage stop at Daffodil Street. It's near Iron Cross Street." "Then there's a high chance that she's the enemy from before, an accomplice of the instigator." Dunn nodded as though in thought. At this moment, Leonard suddenly exclaimed, "Don't you find the portrait familiar? She looks a lot like instigator Triss." Klein was startled and immediately looked at the paper, re-examining the young lady's portrait. Yes, they are indeed very similar. Round face, long and narrow eyes, gentle temperament. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that Leonard's words made sense. However, instigator Triss's facial features were still ordinary, while the young lady could be considered beautiful. Klein raised his head and glanced at Leonard, noticing that the latter was signaling him to raise his eyebrows. "What does that mean?" He was at a loss and confused. Dunn Smith pondered and guessed. Perhaps she's the instigator's sister and has also joined the Theosophy Order or the Demonist sect. Seeing that Klein didn't have any rapport with him, Leonard sighed to himself and said seriously, "I have a bold idea." "What do you think?" Dunn asked. Leonard stated very straightforwardly, "I suspect that this person is instigator Triss." "What?" Fry blurted out in surprise. Dunn frowned slightly. "Are you saying that instigator Triss is actually a woman, or that the person just now was a man pretending to be a woman?" "No, from the contact in the dream, I can confirm that she's a woman." After all, Klein had seen too many imaginative and inconceivable plots. After taking another look at the portrait, he immediately had another guess. Could it be that instigator Triss has turned into a woman? If that was the case, many details could be explained. For example, why did Triss's line suddenly break? Even divination wouldn't find any traces, because the target had already undergone a fundamental change. The only problem is, how did he suddenly turn into a woman? And he seemed rather relaxed. The crossdresser actually looks pretty good. No, to be honest, he's pretty good, Klein thought as his thoughts wandered. Leonard nodded in relief and said, "Yes, that's what I'm thinking. This can perfectly explain instigator Triss's sudden disappearance. It also matches the fact that the upper echelons of the Demonist sect are all women." Dunn and Fry were momentarily speechless. Even though they had seen many monsters and miraculous things, this was the first time they had encountered such a change. "You mean that many of the women in the upper echelons of the Demonist sect were once men?" Dunn asked in return. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "It's indeed possible. Perhaps this is the characteristic of their sequence potion." Klein felt a chill down his spine. He felt that the potion of the Demonist sequence was too much of a scam. "I hope the seer sequence doesn't have such a scam potion." "No, definitely not. One is the Demonist pathway. It's obvious from the name that something isn't right. But I don't know what the corresponding sequence one of seer is." He subconsciously prayed to the goddess. "Potions can do such things?" Fry asked in disbelief. Leonard spread his hands and smiled. "Even mid and low sequence potions can cause miraculous changes in people. After all, they originated from the Creator." At this moment, Dunn turned his head to look at Klein and said, "Try to divine the target's current location." "All right." Klein came to the pile of messy dresses and picked one up with mixed feelings. He laid it on the carpet. He propped his cane on it and recalled the target's facial characteristics and corresponding information as he silently recited the divination statement. Trissy's whereabouts. Trissy's whereabouts. After repeating it 7 times, Klein's eyes turned from brown to black. Suddenly, wind swirled around him. His left hand left the cane, causing the silver-inlaid black cane to sway. Amidst the sway, the cane failed to topple over and stabilized itself in its original spot. "There's an interference," Klein said in a deep voice. "An interference means that I'm in the right direction. That lady is most likely instigator Trissy." Seeing this, Dunn nodded indiscernibly. As expected of the demonist sect that was active on the continent's stage in the last epoch because Triss had become Trissy, he determined that she wasn't a member of the Theosophy order, but a member of the demonist sect. After surveying the area, Dunn sighed and said, "We can investigate from other sources, such as the origin of these dresses or the owner of this house. We can also get the police department to send people to investigate the steam locomotive station and dock. These can indeed lead to clues, but that way, Trissy will have plenty of time to leave Tingen. Yes, I'll try again above the gray fog when I return home." Klein was wary of Trissy, a person who would commit mass murder at the slightest disagreement. He wished he could immediately find her and execute her on the spot. "Leonard, go to the police department and gather people to deal with the aftermath. Klein, you can go home and rest." At this point, Dunn rubbed his son acupoint and paused for a few seconds. He looked at Klein in a half-probing and half-guiding manner. "If you were in charge, how would you handle the matter just now? Let's say that your team consists of me, Leonard, and Fry." Klein frowned and thought for more than 10 seconds. "I'll first use divination to confirm if the ritual will take effect in a short period of time. If the answer is negative, we'll first monitor the area and not approach. Then, we'll send someone to inform the police department and the nearby garrison to mobilize at least 5 cannons to bombard the house. We'll flatten the altar and the place where Trissy is hiding. She'll either hide inside and be blasted to death, or she'll escape under the fire. This will easily expose her. I'll get the captain and the rest to guard different positions." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He felt that this method was simple and effective. It was brutal and straightforward, very safe and reliable. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry were all stunned. No one spoke for a long time. Captain, is this method not good?" The excited Klein saw the other party's reaction and felt his heart pound. After a few seconds of silence, Dunn said, "No, this method is good. However, there's an additional premise. That is, we have to confirm that the destruction of the altar won't result in more serious consequences. We've been Nighthawks for so long that we're used to relying on ourselves, Beyonder powers, and the corresponding firearms. We're also used to not letting ordinary people come into contact with Beyonder events. Alright, I've always been a loyal advocate of firepower coverage," Klein added in his heart. In the deep night, Klein and Leonard walked for about 500 meters before they saw the public carriage stop. After waiting for a while, they returned to Iron Cross Street. One of them went to the nearby police station, while the other headed for Daffodil Street. When they arrived outside his house, Klein straightened his clothes. After confirming that there was nothing strange, he took out his keys and opened the door. In the living room, Melissa and Banson were doing their homework and reading books under the relatively bright light of the gas lamp. It was quiet and cozy. Banson is exhausted from running around in the day, but he can still persist in his studies at home. What a persevering person. "I can't do it, all I want to do now is lie down." Klein glanced at his brother and raised his hand with a smile as a silent greeting. Banson smiled. "I now understand that a generous salary also comes with a price. Everything in this world has a price. There's a price to pay in order to gain something, Klein said as he placed his cane on the rack by the door. I think Roselle the Great said this before? Melissa stopped writing and looked up. Tingen Technical College was different from universities and public schools. Every year, there were only 2 weeks of summer break from the end of July to the beginning of August. Once the hottest period was over, classes would resume immediately. Is that so? I don't know, Klein replied with a slightly stiff expression. As he took off his hat, he walked towards the stairs. He planned to head above the gray fog to divine Trissy's whereabouts as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard his stomach growl and felt a strong sense of hunger. All right, I haven't had dinner yet. But the note I left behind said that the security company will provide meals for us, so there's no need to leave any food for me. Seriously, Captain, I forgot about that. Klein's expression changed a few times as he tried to pretend that he was already full. At that moment, Melissa turned her head and glanced at him. She pointed to the kitchen and said, I left you a lamb chop, a bowl of vegetable soup, and a few loaves of bread. There's also a few loaves of bread left. With that said, she lowered her head and cast her gaze back at her textbook. After saying that, she lowered her head and looked at the textbook again. She muttered to herself in a low voice,